Hello, everyone. Welcome to our class of AngularJS for learning the basics of AngularJS. This is a beginner level class. So if you're planning to learn AngularJS, then you are in the right place because in this class, we will cover everything to get you started with AngularJS. Let's take a look what you will learn from this class. Introduction to AngularJS, understanding command lines, controllers in AngularJS, scope and its relation with controller view part 1 and part 2, understanding scope inheritance, data binding, AngularJS ng-show and ng-hide, ng-repeat, AngularJS filters, ng-include, AngularJS form, and ng-module, dependency, and ng-root. After completing this class, you'll be able to set up AngularJS apps and manage them via command lines, handle data using controllers, scopes, and data binding, dynamically display content with ng-show, ng-hide, and ng-repeat, format data using filters, and include templates with ng-include. Work with forms using ng-module and validate user input. Inject dependencies and manage services. Bootstrap AngularJS apps using the ng-app. This is a project-based class, so during learning, you will have class project. So what you learned, you will be able to participate in class project and you can do practice while you are learning. You will have supporting resources in this class, so it will be easier for you to learn. During learning, if you face any issue or if you have any question, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there for you to help you out. So let's start learning the basics of AngularJS together. Welcome to a new course and a new class where I'm going to be introducing you to AngularJS. Now, as this is a new course on AngularJS, we also have to learn a bit about what AngularJS is. So let's move on with our class. So what is AngularJS? AngularJS is a JavaScript framework developed by Google for building dynamic web applications. It allows developers to create single-page applications, such as SPAs, by extending HTML with additional features, making it easier to build interactive and responsive user interface. Now, we have to also know about the key features of AngularJS. Now, the first key feature which we see is the two-way data binding. It automatically synchronizes data between the model and the view, so changes in one reflect in the other without extra code. Dependency injection. It simplifies the management of dependencies, making the application more modular and easier to test. Directives. Custom HTML tags or attributes that extend HTML capabilities, allowing for reusable components. MVC architecture. It follows the model view controller design pattern, promoting organized code and separation of concerns. Testing. Built with testability in mind, making it easier to write unit tests for applications. And why are you going to be using AngularJS? It's because of the efficiency, the community support, the single-page applications, and the cross-platform usage. So let's define a bit about the efficiency. It reduces the amount of code needed for common tasks, streamlining development. Community support. It is backed up by Google, so you'll be able to get a large variety and a vast amount, or let's say the vast community and also resources at the same time, which is going to provide you directly from Google with the resource and also the libraries. Single page applications. It is ideal for SPAs where quick, seamless user experiences are critical. Cross-platform can be used with other frameworks and libraries, offering flexibility in development. So now, as we know, the key features of AngularJS and also why you are going to be using or why you should use AngularJS. But now we need to also know about how we will be able to use AngularJS on our web or also on our device. But first off, we have to know a bit about the primary goals of AngularJS. Simplifying the development. It reduces the complexity of building web application by providing a framework that handles common tasks such as data binding and DOM or DOM manipulation. Enhancing user experience. Enable the creation of dynamic, responsive user interfaces, allowing for a smoother interaction without full page reloads. Modular architecture. Promote a modular approach to application development, making it easier to manage, maintain, and test code. Two-way data binding. Automatically synchronize data between the model and view, minimizing the need for manual updates and reducing boilerplate code. So, improving testability. Facilitate unit testing and end-to-end testing through built-in support for dependency injection and a clear separation of concerns. Encouraging reusability. Use directives to create reusable components and enhance maintainability across different parts of the application. Support for MVC pattern. Implement the model view controller architecture to structure applications in a way that separates data, presentation, and also logic. Cross-browser compatibility. Ensure that applications work consistently across different browsers, enhancing user accessibility. Now, I'm going to be showing you how you'll be able to use AngularJS directly in practical modes. Now, there are a couple of steps which you have to follow before you even start on doing, or let's say applying AngularJS on your web. And obviously, just like I said, as it is or as it uses the resource from Google, you will also be able to take the libraries and resource whenever you want. And I'm also going to be showing you a couple of sites, and also you are going to need an IDE. So without any further ado, let's open up, let's say it could be any of your web browser, whichever you prefer, and also make sure to follow up whatever I do. First off, open up any web browser which you have. Now, as you can see, I am using Microsoft Edge. You will also be able to use Chrome or Opera or whichever one you prefer. So the first thing that we want to do is that we have to download an IDE. So for this class, I'm going to be using Atom. So if you want to use Atom, just search for download Atom, hit on enter. And you can see we have this over here, but you will get a lot of these. Now, there are a couple of sites where you'll be able to download it from. You can click on this, and one thing that you will see is that when you want to download it directly from their official site, it could not be like, there's like a couple of versions which are not available right now. It could be archived. So you don't have to worry about it if it shows you something like this repository has been archived. So you don't have to worry about it. You can go down and you'll find out a lot of these versions available, which you'll be able to download on your device. Now, if you don't want to download these ones, you can also go back, and there are also a couple of other sites which are very reliable. So let's say I'm going to use this site, Softonic, and from here, just click on free download on this one. I'm just going to click on this one whenever this is available. click on this, I'm just going to click on no thanks, and it will just redirect me to this site. I'm going to click on over here. And whenever I click on this, you will basically see that the download has been started. I'm just going to block this. And there we go. It has already started downloading. Now, as I already have it downloaded on my device, now how will you be able to, let's say, install it on your device? So I'm just going to open up my downloads folder and show it to you. So as your installer will be downloaded, just double click on this Atom setup and it will just start downloading Atom or installing Atom on your device automatically. You just have to wait for a bit until it shows up on your screen that it is downloading. So just make sure that you are also connected to the internet at the same time. Now, I'm going to be showing you a couple of other things while it is installing on my device. Okay, so the things which I want to show you is that how will you be able to use the Google, or let's say use Google for downloading, or let's say getting out resources and libraries for free, and also which is going to be very reliable. And you don't have to worry about anything else because I'm also going to be showing you how you'll be able to open up, let's say, your own website. So first thing that you want to do is that just open up any web browser. Again, you can see Atom is already being downloaded. So I'm just going to open up Microsoft Edge again. Now, if you want to download any hosted libraries, it is also very simple. You can see that it has already been opened up. You can see. So I'm just going to close all of these failed loads. I'm just going to minimize it for now. Now, first thing that you want to do is that you want to search in over here. You're going to search for hosted libraries. Okay, just search for that and it will show you this one or this site over here, which is going to be by developers.google.com. Now, whenever this site or this link opens up, what you want to do is just click on this link. Now, whenever you click on this link, it will show you a lot of these files which you will be able to use. Now, there is one library which you can see these are Ajax, Google APIs. So there are going to be a lot of these libraries which you will be able to use. Okay, so first thing that you want to do is that just open this up, Google Developers or hosted libraries. Now, if you just go over to this one over here, let me just go off over here. You will also find out a couple of libraries like specifically for, let's say, Atom and also using AngularJS. Okay, so sometimes it is not always available or let's say visible on the front screen. So you just have to wait for a bit and you have to search it. Okay, so I'm just gonna show it to you where you'll be able to get it directly. So if you can't find it over here, what you want to do is go back over here and you're going to search for Google Angular CDN. Okay, hit on enter. Now you'll be able to use the Google developers if you want to. You can see which CDN for Google, or let's say AngularJS is better. So there are like couple of these snippets or scripts which you'll be able to use. So when you just go on to hosted libraries, you'll be able to find out a lot of these are basically for AngularJS, but it's not in nothing over here is anything specifically for AngularJS. So it basically depends on you if you rather want to use it or not, but because these ones are like very modern, okay? And there's like a couple of versions which you'll be able to use and you'll be able to work with them very flexibly, okay? So if you want to use only the specific ones or CDNs for AngularJS, there's also like a couple of other sites. You can see these ones are totally free and these ones are also from AngularJS. So there are like a couple of these ones which you will find out over here, but most of them are going to be from Cloudflare. So you also have to check those out if you want to. You can see these ones are from Ajax, Google APIs. Okay, so it depends on you if you want to use it. Now, I'm also going to be showing you a specific one, which is also going to be free, but in a couple of regions, it is not. So you can try typing it out if you want to, but if you don't want to, that's also fine. You can also try out the ones or the CDNs, which are totally free for you. So I'm just gonna keep these aside. And another thing that you want to do is I just minimized it. Now what I'm gonna do is that I have this new folder over here, and here I'm going to create a new file. Okay, so this is going to be the test file. So I'm just gonna put in test. Okay, I'm gonna go off on test. I'm going to sort it. Let's say I'm just gonna sort it or view it on medium icons. Okay. So what I want to do over here is that I'm going to create a text document. Now here in the text document, I'm just going to put in test. Well, let's say I'm just not even going to do anything over here. I'm just going to remove this. Okay. So the next thing that I want to do is I'm going to open up Atom. Okay. So as I've opened up Atom, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on File. And first thing that you want to do is Open Folder. Now, when you have Open Folder over here, you want to go off to, let's say I'm just going to go off the desktop, test file. Okay. Select the folder. So there we go. We have it totally prepared. I'm just going to close out these ones because we are not going to be needing these. Okay. So this is how it should look like. You can also make sure it is in maximum or full screen. Now inside this test folder, I'm going to create a new file. Now the name of the file which I'm going to give it is going to be test.html. Let's just open up this new file. Okay. So this is basically the untitled file which I'm using. You can see this one is over here. You can also open this up, click on new file. I'm going to put in test.html. Hit on enter. So there we go. We have this test.html file. Now, obviously, we know how to create the basic structure of the HTML. So first thing that I want to do is I'm just going to open this up. And here I want to put in this, and I'm going to put in doc type. There we go. Doc type HTML. And now you want to put in the HTML code. Okay. So there we go. We have it whole prepared. It is also very simple to just apply it just by using the tab. So as we have the structure ready, now there are a couple of things that you need to know when you are applying any script or any data inside, let's say, the HTML file to make sure that your AngularJS is working properly. Now, in this class, I'm going to be showing you something very simple, and it's also going to be very practical, which you'll be able to use to make sure or check it out if your AngularJS file is working properly or not. So after this class ends, I would suggest you that try to, do it on your own, and also make sure to apply these things and, just practice and test it out if it works. Okay. So first thing that we want to do is that we have the char set. You can see UTF-8. So we also have the title right underneath. Now inside of the title, or let's say in the head. Okay. So in the head of the HTML file, we are going to be putting in a couple of scripts. So here I'm going to put in, let's say, script. There we go. We have the script type. You can see there is like 2 of them. So I'm just going to remove one of these. I'm going to make sure that this one is also, adjacent to the title tag. Okay. So inside the script, I'm going to be putting in not JavaScript. I'm just going to cut this off. And after script, I'm just going to put in src because we are going to be needing a specific source. So inside the source, I'm going to be putting in one of the CDN, which we have over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy one of these, Control C, just copy it. We have this AngularJS. So I'm going to paste it out. Okay. So this is the CDN, which we are going to be using for AngularJS. Now, after this, make sure that this specific CDN is inside of double quotation. Okay. So as your double quotation is closed, just make sure to close off the tag of script. Okay. So after that, what I want to do is I'm just going to make sure that this script is also over here. Okay. It just looks a bit more better, and we also have more space to it. Now I'm going to be creating another script. There we go. We have another script ready. So what I want to do over here is that we are going to have the JavaScript. Okay. So this is the JavaScript which we are going to be using. So I'm just going to take this and I'm going to put it over here. But another thing that you can do inside of this script is that we are going to be putting in a specific sample, which is going to derive the Angular module. So I'm just going to put in Angular. I'm going to put in dot module. Okay. So Angular module, open up the parentheses, and inside of the parentheses, I'm going to put in a specific sample. Okay. There we go. We have the specific sample. In the specific sample, what I want to do is put in a comma. And right after that comma, what you want to do is close it off, second bracket. That's it. Make sure it is also closed off. And obviously make sure that you have this mark at the end. Now, inside of the head, or let's say after the head and inside of the body, you want to derive or specify what type of app do you want. And it's going to be AngularJS. So when you are using AngularJS, well, I'm also going to be, let's say describing everything or every line that we have over here. And another thing is that if this specific source does not work, I'm also going to be providing you with a specific, let's say, source, which you'll be able to apply to make sure that your app is working properly. Okay. So in this ng, I'm going to put in ng, and I'm also going to be describing it to you why I'm using this. So just type in ng app and type in equal. And after equal, what you want to do is you want to derive or put in this specific sample. Okay. So this is the specific sample which we are going to be working with. Now, what I want to do inside of this app is that I'm going to sum two specific numbers. Okay. So here I'm just going to put in, let's say, sum of two numbers. Okay. Sum of two numbers, open up the parentheses. Now we also need a specific variable. So we're going to specify as 1 plus 2. Now, this is not the exact number. You have to keep that thing in mind. Now, when you are working with the exact number, 1 and 2 is, open up the third brackets. Make sure to open up two third brackets. Put in a bit of space. And here I want to put in 30 plus, let's say, 20. Okay, this is it. Now what you want to do is that you have to save up the file. Save it. Okay, now let's just open up the test file. You can see we have this one over here. You can see this is also an Angular or HTML file. Now if you open this up, it's just going to take a bit of time to open it up on any of your browser. So it depends on whichever browser you want to use, and I'm using Arc. So if you want to use it, you can also try it out. It's also quite fast. And you can see it is just giving out, let's say, whatever data we have inside of our, let's say, web. Okay. So when we have this inside of the web, what we want to do is that we have to run it inside of a test file. So what we want to do is that we have to also change the way we are opening it up or opening it up on our browser. So after refreshing it a couple of times, you'll basically see that it is going to give you out like the exact answer that you need. So the first number was 30 and the second number was 20, just as you've seen. Now, there are also a couple of other steps which you can follow up. Now, in some cases, what happens is that the CDN, or let's say the script which you are using, might not work properly. So what you basically want to do is that you have to open up a new tab. Let's say I'm just going to go off to Microsoft Edge so that you can see it. Okay, so I'm going to cut out these ones. Now, what you want to do is you want to download AngularJS on your device. So just type in download AngularJS. Okay. So whenever you just download this, you can see we have the AngularJS org. So just open up their site and you will basically see that this is how it should look like. Okay, so just click on download AngularJS, and there you go. We have the exact CDN which you want to use, or which you will be able to use on any of your text editor, or let's say the IDE. So you can just copy this, and whenever you have copied it, what you want to do is you want to paste it on the script. So let's just open up Atom, and there you can see we are still using the exact number, and it has already given us the result. Okay, so what you want to do is that there are a couple of steps, just like I said, and I'm just going to help you out so that you don't have any confusion like starting off. Okay, so first thing, as you already have the HTML structure, what you want to do is you want to put in the script, which is basically going to help you to load in the module. Okay, so now let's say I want to concatenate two data, and it's going to be very simple for me to do so. And how am I going to do it? I'm just going to put a couple of other things. Let's say I'm just going to add another file to it. Let's say I'm going to say a new folder, or let's say new file. Here I'm going to put in index.html. Okay, so I have created another file, and I'm just going to put in, let's say, HTML. There we go. We have all of these over here. I'm just going to cut out this one because I'm not going to be needing that. So here inside of HTML, we are also not going to be needing the meta. Okay, this is like, optional, totally optional. Now here inside of the head, okay, we have the exact title, and I want to name the title Angular. Okay, I'm just going to put in Angular. There we go. Now we have the head over here. And inside of the body opening tag, you want to define it using ng, and then put in a hyphen, and then put in app. Okay, that's all you need to do. Now the next thing that you want to do over here, I'm just going to put in, let's say, script. Okay, I'm just going to cut this off. There we go. And here, what I want to do is I'm just going to paste in the specific value. There we go. This is the AngularJS CDN, which we are using right now. So I'm just going to go off to Atom again. There we go. Now here, what I'm going to do is instead of type, you can also put in source if you want to, but you can also work with type if you want to. Okay. Now the next thing right after script, what you want to do is that you want to put in the exact data that you want to concatenate. So whenever you are trying to concatenate data together, what you want to do is put in double third brackets, put in, let's say, this double quotation. And here I'm going to put in hello, put in plus, space, plus, double quotation again, and put in a bit of space if you want to, world. Double quotation to close it off. Okay, so as we've closed it off, now you want to save up this file. Save. Now I'm going to go off to, let's say, show in Explorer, index, open this up, and you might see something like this. Okay, there we go. This has already concatenated a bit of it, but if there's a bit of issue, we're going to be fixing it out. There we go. Double quotation. Okay, so let's just save up the file again. So if you just open up this file, you can see now we have our hello world, but there is something over here which is not showing us the data properly. But now you know how you'll be able to concatenate these data. Now there's also another way of how you'll be able to, change a couple of things inside of the script or inside of the HTML file which you are working on. So what you want to do is open up Atom again. So let's just open up that one again. You can see this is just how it is. Now we have the type. So first thing that you want to do is you want to describe the type. So another thing that I'm going to do over here, put in another double quotation. I'm just going to put in, let's say, text, and then put in slash, and then put in JavaScript. Okay. After that, what you want to do is after this quotation ends, you want to put in src to define the exact source which you are working with. Okay, that's it. And then what you want to do is obviously run the whole thing back again. So what you want to do first is save up the file and obviously open it up in Explorer. Here we go, index, open this up, and there we go. It is working the exact same way. So this is how you'll be able to change the data or work with numbers. And this is how you'll be able to concatenate alphabets or the text type. Okay, so this is how simple it is, and hope you understood about everything in this class on how you'll be able to work with numbers, concatenating them, summing them. You can also change the data. Let's say here I'm going to put in 70. Okay, so obviously make sure to put in 70. First off, you have to save up the file. And another thing that you can do over here is that take up the source. Okay, Control C. You can also use it right over here. There we go. Now let's just save up this file again. And obviously open up the Explorer. There we go. As the Explorer is open, let's just open this up. And you can see 70 plus 30 is 100. Okay. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class on how you'll be able to apply AngularJS on your web application or on web. And if you have any confusion or any question, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of AngularJS. Welcome to the second class of AngularJS. In my previous class, I've shown you about AngularJS and how you'll be able to apply AngularJS on your web and how you'll be able to make it functional. Well, this is kind of like an intermediate class, but if you still have no, let's say, previous experience on using AngularJS, then you don't have to worry about it, because in this course, I'm going to cover everything that you need to know about AngularJS. And also, I'm going to start off from scratch, and then I'm going to gradually, let's say, move on to the intermediate level so that you will be able to understand it and also apply it in daily use and also for your career purpose. So, in my previous class, I've shown you how you'll be able to apply AngularJS, but you don't know, or I still have not defined anything about the command lines in AngularJS and how those actually work. So in this class, I'm going to cover everything that you need to know about understanding the command lines of AngularJS. And these previous classes are very important for you to understand more clearly about the lines, and it's also going to help you later on in these courses. So without any further ado, let's open up that test file again, and let's show you and also define everything that you need to know about the command lines. So welcome back, and we have opened up the test.html file, and we also have the index.html file side to side. Now, the first thing that we need to know about the, let's say, we're going to be talking about the command lines. Now, one of the most important thing is going to be about the module, or let's say the source, okay? Now, the source is going to be the script or the snippet, which we basically have gathered online, or you can also use local CDNs if you want to. So the CDN which we have used is specifically this specific line, okay? This is basically the refer to AngularJS library. You can either get it locally or from CDN such as Google or any other, let's say, API such as Cloudflare. You can also use one if you want to. So you have to keep that thing in mind. It is basically going to help you to save up or set up your library in working more into AngularJS. Now, the next thing that we are going to be talking about is going to be the Angular module. Now, the Angular module is going to be based on what CDN you are using. If we go off, let's just go off to any of our browser again. Let's go off the Google Angular CDN, such as maybe this one. Now, even if I want to download, let's say I'm going to download AngularJS. Okay, I'm just going to open this up. I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to click on download AngularJS. There we go. We have the CDN over here. Now, even though we have the CDN over here, it has not given us any, like, let's say, external module, but you will be able to browse additional modules just like this. So in these cases, you'll be able to use all of these modules that you want to work with. And the exact module that we are working with is Angular module, which you can see in node.js. We have put in Angular module for our sample. Okay, so you can see Angular.module. Okay, this is basically going to help you with a specific name. You also have to define it step by step, and you also have to check out which specific module or which specific CDN you are working to make your application. Now, there are a couple of things that you have to keep in mind. The Angular module is all application logic under one umbrella. So, depending on which CDN you are using, it's going to work up with that specific module. So when we are using this specific script, it is also defining, or this specific module is also inside of this, let's say, script or snippet. Okay, so make sure to check that out, or make sure to always do a bit more of the research when you are working with AngularJS. Okay, because let's say the module and the script is also going to be intertwined together, because if the module is not inside the CDN, it will not work properly. And you also have to check out which version you are working with. If second parameter is provided in example square bracket, we are going to create a new module. You can see we have used this second bracket over here, which is basically defining which number we are using. Well, we're going to go through that in a bit later and how it is intertwined with one another. If second parameter is not provided, we are accessing existing or already created module. If we did not use this specific bracket, and if we did not put this specific, let's say, keyword such as this being used over here, and this one is also connected to this one, if we did not do that, it would not be working properly, because we are using a specific module, and also inside of this we are using the secondary bracket over here to define a new keyword, which is going to be intertwined together to give us the exact result that we need. Okay, so now you can see that we have put in just 100 over here. But whenever you are putting the third bracket just like this, as I've shown you in my previous class on how you'll be able to work up with, let's say, 20 plus, let's say I'm just going to put in plus. I'm just going to put in plus over here, or let's say minus, whichever one you prefer. So if I put in minus and 10, it's also going to give us 10 as the answer if I save it up. Okay, and it's also going to check out which type of script you are working with. Is it a text or is it a number? You can also put in numbers over here or numericals if you want to, but make sure that it is on JavaScript. Okay, then empty square brackets mean the module has no dependencies on other module. If you did not, let's say, put in these brackets, you can see the parentheses, then it means that there are no dependencies on other modules either. So if you want to work with, let's say, new modules, make sure to put in this specific, let's say, the parentheses or the bracket, and also make sure to put in the square bracket if you are using any specific keyword to define the whole function, or let's say the whole command line. Now, the next thing that we are going to be talking about is going to be one of the most important thing in AngularJS. While working or customizing the body of your HTML, or let's say your website, make sure to put in ng, then let's say -app. So it is basically a decorate, or let's say decoration of an element with the ng app. Now the ng app is equal to Angular application. So when you put ng app inside of a body or the command line of an HTML, or let's say while creating, let's say a website, or let's say the web page, it basically defines Angular application being used. It is the root where Angular starts applying its magic. So if you want to work with AngularJS, even if you did put the script, or let's say the snippet, the source, the CDN, the module, everything, but if you did not put ng app inside of your body while creating your web page, it's not going to work. So make sure to obviously put in ng app whenever you are using AngularJS inside or on your web. Usually one ng app per web page. So if you are creating another web page just like this one, you can see I also use this one over here. Okay, so it basically defines that I have to use ng app, and also in the test HTML, I also have to put in ng app to define the structure and also to start up AngularJS. Multiple ng apps on the same web page is still possible. You will also be able to work with multiple ng app, and you'll be able to put more ng app over here or maybe down below. But whatever or how many you use, it doesn't matter. Wherever you start off the ng app, let's say maybe I created a body over here, but if I just create another body, then that one or that body will not have the ng app or neither work with any modules. So you'll be able to put in multiple ng app or multiple Angular, let's say application module, or let's say the function like multiple times. ng app cannot be nested. If you want to use ng app or this specific keyword or this specific module as a nested value, then it will not work. So make sure to put it open and independent. It can be attached to any HTML element, but usually to body or HTML tags. So basically, I'll be able to work with multiple like bodies right inside of one web page. But the most easiest method, if you want to work with ng app through the whole web page, just put it inside of the HTML, just like this, ng app. Now, everything or whatever you put inside of this web page will have the module or will work with, let's say, an Angular module, or let's say the Angular application. So you don't have to put it inside of the body tag of HTML. ng app is also associated to an Angular module called root module. So you have to understand that the root module is basically the ng app. So if you do not put ng app, but you are working with specific CDNs or specific modules, it will still not work. Now, the next thing that I want to show you in the test.html file is that how I am using a specific expression to define my ng, or let's say Angular application. So whenever you are putting in ng app and putting in a specific keyword to define, or let's say work with AngularJS, so you basically have to put in 2 third brackets over here to define an expression. So whenever you are using double third bracket inside, or let's say working with the ng app, it defines the expression. So the expression is also defined with Angular expression. JavaScript-like code snippets evaluated by Angular. So whenever you are using 2 of these, it is already intertwined with AngularJS And obviously make sure to put in the ng app beforehand so that it is already connected together and you don't have to put in extra command lines or codes. And that is why you have higher scopes of reusability. Control flow statements, conditional statement loops, etc. are not allowed. So if you use conditional statements such as specific function, let's say to define any specific app or maybe any specific source, you will not be able to use it. You have to put it directly, but you have to make sure that it is independent. And you will also not be able to use loops. It is because when you already apply, let's say just in case, if I put an ng app over here, you don't have to put ng app on all of these tags over and over again. And it is also not allowed, which in case might show you off as an error and it will not work properly. So now you know everything, or let's say most of the things about the command lines in AngularJS are working with AngularJS on HTML. So hope you understood about everything in this class. If you have any question or any confusion about any part of these lessons, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So make sure to practice on your own, check it out. And if you still face any issues, feel free to tell me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of AngularJS. Welcome to another class of AngularJS. In my previous classes, I've shown you about the introduction of how you'll be able to use basic AngularJS on the web using HTML and also understanding about the command lines. Well, in this class, I'm going to give you out the brief explanation and also with an example of what are controllers and how to use them in AngularJS. So let's get into our class. In AngularJS, controllers are JavaScript functions that are used to build the application's data model and manage the data flow between the model and the view. They serve as the bridge between the view HTML and the model data, allowing you to define the data should be displayed and how the user interacts with it. Now, let's look at the key features of the controllers in AngularJS. Scope, which is also, let's say, intertwined or written with the $sign. Controllers use the scope object, which is the context for model. The scope object can hold data and functions that can be accessed in the view. Data binding. Changes to the model data in scope are automatically reflected in the view and vice versa, thanks to AngularJS's two-way data binding. Encapsulation. Controllers help encapsulate behavior and functionality, making the code more organized and also reusable. Well, just like I said, being reusable, I'm just going to show that to you in just a bit when we get into more of the practical classes. Dependency injection. AngularJS supports dependency injection, allowing you to inject services and other dependencies into controllers, making it easier to manage the dependencies. Controllers are essential for managing data and user interaction in AngularJS applications, promoting a structured approach to building web application. So now, as we know a bit more about controllers, so let's get into our class and show you about the practical thing that you will be able to apply controllers and how you are going to make it functional inside of your web. As you can see from my screen, I have opened up Atom. Now, if you want to use any different IDE such as Visual Studio Code or let's say Sublime Text, you'll be able to use them. It's like not a big issue. So the first thing that I want to do over here is inside of this test folder, I want to create another file. So right click on this and click on new file. You can also just press on A. Now, the first thing that I want to do is I'm just going to put in 01.html. You can also put in HTML if you want to, but I just prefer putting in HTML. Now hit on enter, and there we go. We have created another HTML file. Now, what I'm going to do over here, I'm just going to copy all of these codes and I'm just going to paste it over here. Now, one thing that you can see over here is that I have reused everything over here, and it's also defining an Angular application. By the end of this class, or by the end of, let's say, this whole command is finished, I'm also going to be showing you how and what, let's say, the controllers are and how do they functions. And also I'm going to give you out the brief explanation of each and every one of them. Now, the first thing that we already have the script, or let's say the script type. Now, if you're still not sure about which script you are going to be using, so you can just type in download AngularJS again, AngularJS, which I most of the time opened up, and I also opened it up in my previous class. So it's going to be very easy for you. You can just click on this AngularJS and you can see this is the CDN. Just copy that up. And you can also download it up if you want to. You can see this is the downloaded file. What you can do is just paste this inside, let's say, your terminal, and it's going to be installed on your var. Okay. So what I'm going to do is that we already have the copy, or let's say we already have the code. So I'm just going to paste it over here. There we go. We have, let's say, the CDN. Now we also have the script over here, and we also have the text and JavaScript over here. Now, the most important thing that you see over here is that we are using the Angular module, and then we have the sample. So basically this sample, or this keyword, is basically the controller. Well, we're going to be like explaining more about each and every one of these command lines after the whole thing has been done. So I'm just going to keep this like, Angular module sample, comma, then second bracket, open and close off the parentheses, which you can see over here, and put in this colon. Now, one thing that I want to like extra add over here is going to be as a variable. So when you are working with a specific variable, just type in var, that's it. And it's going to put in, or let's say I'm going to work with a specific app equal Angular module. Okay, this is going to be it. Now, as we have this totally prepared, now we have another script. You can see we have the script type. Now you can see this is, or let's say everything is inside of this script. Now we are basically not done with this, because we are going to be creating the app controller inside of this script. So everything, or every one of the controllers, is going to go inside of the type. Okay, the script type, not the script source. Okay, so here you're going to type in app.controller. There we go, app.controller, open up the parentheses, and inside of the parentheses, you are going to define it as, let's say, emp, empower, comma, and you are going to define the function. There we go. And after the function, open up the parentheses again. Let's say I'm going to open up the parentheses and also close off the parentheses, and inside, let's say I'm going to, not inside, outside of this, just put in a third bracket. There we go. Now here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be defining the controller. So when you are defining a controller inside of AngularJS, you have to put in this dot and then put in whatever variable you want. Let's say, just in case, I'm going to put in, let's say, ID. This dot ID. Also, I'm just going to put in just ID over here. Okay. This dot ID is going to be equal to a specific value. Let's say I'm going to say, let's say I'm just going to put in Susan. Okay. Susan. I'm just going to put in, let's say, identity. Okay. So there we go. We have created our controller and also our variable. So as we are done with this variable, what I want to do is I want to close this off. Okay. And make sure to end the script. So as we have ended the script, what I want to do is that make sure to put in the ng app and also define the specific sample. Now, what I want to do is that after that, inside of the head, which you can see over here, now we don't have any other specific, you can see we have the body inside of the head. We also have the body over here. Okay. So what I want to do is that right after the body, which we see over here as the ng app, I'm going to be creating a deviation tag. So right after the sample, just type in the div tag. Div, close off the div. There we go. Now inside of this div tag, or let's say I'm just not going to be closing it. I'm just going to put in the ng controller. Ng controller. There we go. It is already, let's say, suggesting me. And here you want to put in the specific variable emp as, let's say, I'm going to put in I. Okay. Emp as I. And then I'm going to close it off. There we go. Now, as we have closed it off, now you're going to be defining what you want and how you want it to be visible. I'm going to close it off. There we go. Just cut this off. And here, I'm going to be first off defining. So here I'm going to put in hello and then put in third bracket 2 times. And I'm going to put in I dot because I'm using I as the specific keyword to define our controller. So I dot, and then you have to put in identity over here. Control C, Control V. There we go. And you also want to end it off with a punctuation mark. Okay, exclamation mark over here. And then you want to close off the div tag. That's how easy it is. Div. So basically you are almost done with all of these. Now what you want to do is you want to save up this file. And as you have saved up this file, what you want to do is that you just have to go to Explorer. Let's just open up the Explorer. Now, if we just open this up, and you'll be able to see that it's going to show me hello, Susan. And at the same time, if we just open up this over here, you can see this is how it should look like. Okay, so there we go. We have hello, Susan. Now, it's just the first variable that we have applied. So what if I want to concatenate more data with it? It's also very simple. Now we just have to basically create more, let's say, more of those variables and more of those controllers to add it up to our data. So that is basically very simple. Just follow up these steps. Just open up Atom. And here, what I want to do is that we have this dot identity, right? This is the controller. Now, what I want to do is that I'm going to create another one. So I'm going to put in this. I'm going to put in dot, and I'm going to put in, let's say, age. Okay. The age of Susan, which I'm going to put, is going to be somewhere around, let's say, 23. Okay. That's all. Now, another thing that you have to keep in mind is that when you are working with multiple of these controllers, make sure to close off the previous one with this. And you also have to do the same thing over here. Now, even if I save up this file, let's say I'm going to save up this file, and even if I refresh this, it's not going to have any changes to it. I'm going to close this off. I'm going to close this one off too. Now, what I basically have to do over here is that I have to also apply it in this div tag. So what I basically have to do is that here I'm going to cut this off, comma, right after it. I'm going to put in, let's say, isn't, or let's say I'm going to put in, I heard that your age is, and then what you want to do is just put in the third bracket 2 more times again, I dot. Now you have to put in this specific keyword, which is going to define the age. So I'm going to put in age over here. So basically you are done. Okay. Now what you want to do is you have to basically save up this file. And now if I just go off over here and if I refresh this, you can see that it has already given me the data. So basically that is how simple it is. Now you can just keep on going. Now the last thing that I want to add is, let's say this dot, let's say nationality. So I'm just going to put in nat equal. I'm just going to put in equal over here. And here I'm going to put in, let's say, I'm going to put in British. Close it off. I'm going to put in a full stop over here. I also heard that your parents are. Now, another thing that I want to show you over here is that what if I change this value? If I put in y over here and the other ones are going to be the same, but if I just put in, let's say, again, I dot net, and if I save up this file, and if I refresh this, you can see this is how it will show me. Because now the specific variable which I'm working or as the controller has been changed into a different variable. So what you basically have to do is you just have to go off to atom right over here. I'm just going to increase the size of this. And here on each and every one of them, I'm just going to put in y. Y. And also y over here. That's it. Now I'm just going to reduce the size. I'm just going to save up the file. And if I just refresh it, you can still see it is still showing me the same thing. So I'm going to open up atom again. You can see y emp as y. Okay. So we have this y as the sample. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save up the file again. I'm going to, let's say, I'm going to close it off, go off to my Explorer again and open this up. And if you still see this, or let's say working just the way it is, then basically what you have to do is you have to remove it again and you have to put in another variable. So these are kind of like some pros and cons of using AngularJS. So what I basically have to do is I have to put in I again. I'm going to put in I over here. I'm just going to put in I over here again. Increase the size. And I'm also going to be putting in I over here. That's it. That's all you basically have to do. I'm going to save up this file. Go off on my browser. Remove this. And if I just go off an Explorer, you can see, if I just open this up, and it's still showing me this value. So I'm just going to minimize it. And if I just remove this specific value, and if I just save this up, you can see. And if I just go back to my browser and refresh it a couple of times. So after refreshing a couple of times, you'll basically see that it will give you out the data. Now, another limitation of using these controllers and applying them on your web is that in some of the modules, it will not apply, or let's say using more than 2 controller is not possible. But you have to find out the exact, let's say, controller, which actually gives you out the specific value and also gives you out the exact result that you need. But as I am using the latest version, even though there could be some limitations to it, but you can still see that I'm still using the I.nationality and also defining this one over here as the controller. And also I'm going to be, or let's say I'm using each and every one of them as a specific variable to control my controllers in AngularJS. So hope you understood about everything in this class, but I also have a couple of things that I'm going to be explaining to you in this. Okay, so let's start off from the basics or each and every one of these command lines, because this is going to be very helpful if you work or maybe even make your own controllers in AngularJS. Now, the first thing that we are going to be talking about is the controllers are basically JavaScript objects which contain application logic, usually defined as part of the Angular module. Now, the part of the Angular module that we are working with is the sample. You can see we have the exact sample. So the sample that we are using is called the app over here. Now, the app over here is also being used over here. And everything inside of this is being, let's say, it basically allows us to send or receive data between DOM, say views, and also application logic. It usually attached or it is attached to a DOM element using the ng controller right over here, which you can see as the EMP. It is basically concatenating, or let's say it is intertwining which specific variable am I going to show as, let's say, the controller. So as you can see, I'm using I as this over here, and we are using specific variables for each and every one of these data. So it is basically kind of very directive. Okay, it basically gets instantiated. Okay, so you have to make sure what the instance is, and the instance which we are using is I, but you can use different one of them, like whichever one you prefer. So in other words, exposes data which is specifically the model of the instance like I, and it is intertwined with which variable we are using. So it is to be consumed by views in one-way data binding, but this one does not have two-way data binding. So you have to make sure to keep that thing in mind. It also takes data from views. Two-way data binding will cover up. Okay, so basically the module is the controller and the markup is the view. So what happens is when you have the first view, which is basically the data, it goes into the controller as the model. And the model is also being supplied with the web service, and the web service is taking and also giving data inside of the Google databases. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. The only thing that you have to do after watching these videos is that just make sure to do it, or let's say practice it on your own, so that you can also progress with work and also keep up the skills and keep on developing at the same time. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of AngularJS. Welcome to another class of AngularJS. In this class, we're going to be learning about scope and its relationship with controller or view in AngularJS. Well, if you didn't check out my previous video properly, and if you still have any confusion or questions about the previous class where I have completed or showed you everything that you need to know about the scope and also a bit of the controller, so I would suggest you that practice out the previous class a bit more better and also try it out on your own, because that class is also going to be connected to this class, and we're also going to be reusing the commands that we've used in my previous class. But before getting into more practical lessons, we have to learn a bit more about its advantages, why it is used, and what is scope and its relationship with controller/view. In AngularJS, scope is a core concept that acts as a bridge between the controller and the view. Here's how it works and its relation to controller and view. So what is scope? The object of scope is that it is a JavaScript object that represents the application module. It holds the data that the view needs to display on your web, or let's say on your screen. Let's talk about the context. It provides the context for expressions in the view, making it possible to bind data to the specific UI, whichever one you are using. Relation with the controller. Controller initialization. When a controller is instantiated, a new scope object is created for it. The scope is passed as an argument to the controller function. So I have also attached in a specific command line, such as app controller. You're going to name the function, or let's say name it. Let's say I named it my controller, and the function is going to be that specific scope. Now, when you are creating your own function, obviously you have to put an extra parentheses inside of your function, and you have to define it inside of the application. And all of these are going to be going inside of the ng app, because if you do not use the ng app tag, it will basically not work. So when you are basically defining the variable, you also have to define the scope and dot and that specific variable that you want to use to connect to the controller. Now, when I am using the scope dot greeting, which you can see over here, is that I am defining what specific keyword. If I am using text JavaScript, I will be able to put any text inside of it. So whenever I try to, let's say, view or let's say represent any specific text just by using AngularJS on my web, I have to define that specific scope. Now let's talk about the data binding. Any properties you define on scope can be accessed directly in the view. For example, in the HTML. So when you have put it inside of the div tag and you also have, let's say, explained or defined the ng controller, let's say the app. Now you can still see that my controller is also the same thing, or let's say the same one inside of this controller inside of my div tag. So when I am trying to put any specific text, or let's say when I try to put any specific word, or let's say a sentence inside of my web, and I also want to use the scope function to use the controller as a variable, I have to define it using two, let's say, third brackets. Okay, just like you can see on my third line over here in the parentheses, or let's say inside of my paragraph text. Okay, and inside you can also see right beside it, this will display hello world. Okay, so the greeting tag, or let's say the greeting function that I'm using, is going to be defining this specific variable or the specific keyword which we are using as the controller. So in my previous classes, I've shown you how you'll also be able to use EMP, or let's say a specific instance. But in this class, I'm going to be showing you how you'll be able to define that specific function to use scope and also find the relation between the controller and also the view. And then you are just going to close off the div tag or whatever tag you are using to, let's say, specify any specific keyword or present anything inside of your web. Two-way data binding. Changes made in the view, like user input, automatically updates the corresponding scope properties and also vice versa. Relation with view. Expression evaluation. The view can access and manipulate the data on scope using AngularJS expressions. In example, let's say just expressions. Now you will also be able to use instances and also specific variables to define or represent any specific value inside of your web. Directives. Many directives like ng model, ng repeat, or let's say ng app, which is one of the most important thing, and also ng controller, rely on scope to manage data binding and also the DOM manipulation. Scope hierarchy. Child scope. When using nested controllers, a child scope can inherit properties from its parent scope. This allows for a hierarchical data structure, such as app controller, then define that specific app, whichever you are using, and then you have to define the function with either a scope or maybe an instance. So in my previous class, I've shown you using any specific alphabet for using it as an instance. But when you are using that as an instance, you also have to use the command emp. So scope.parent value. So as we are using a parent, let's say hierarchy or parent scope, then you also have to define any specific text which you want to define inside of the web. And then you can also use multiple app controllers to define the child controller. And you also have to define that child controller as the function and also define the scope. And then you are going to put the variable which you want to put inside of the web. So that's all you need to know about the relation. Now, let's just go a bit to the summary. Scope connects controllers and also views, enabling data binding and also the interaction. Changes in the view update the scope, and the changes in scope update the view thanks to two-way data binding for AngularJS. Well, it can also be done in Dojo or Census, let's say JS, but it's a lot more easier when you are using AngularJS and also having two-way data binding. It also supports hierarchical structures, allowing for organized data management in complex applications. Overall, scope is fundamental for building dynamic and interactive web application in AngularJS. So hope you understood about everything up till now. So now let's get more into the practical parts of how you'll be able to use scope and to find the, let's say, the connection or the relation between the view and also the controller with scope. And obviously by the end of the practical class, or let's say the end of the practical lesson, and also after I'm done showing you how you'll be able to define and also represent your data just by using AngularJS and also scopes, then I'm going to define more about the lines which you need to know to, let's say, make your own functions and also to define your own scopes when you are creating your own dynamic and interactive web application. So let's move into our class by opening up any IDE such as node.js or let's say node on my device. So as you can see that I have opened up Node. Now, one thing that I'm going to do is that I'm just going to close off each and every one of them because I'm going to be using an external, or let's say I'm going to be using an extra one. But one thing that I'm going to do is just I'm going to open up the one.html. Now, you can also define or name your own files just the way you prefer, but I just prefer using it just like this. I'm going to be creating a new file, and here I'm going to be typing in, let's say, I'm going to type in rlt.html. Okay, rlt.html. Now, one thing that I'm going to do over here, I'm just going to copy each and every one of them, Control C, and I'm just going to paste it inside of this. And I'm going to close off the 0.1 or 01 HTML. Now, one thing that you want to do over and over again, each and every time you are working with any script or any snippet of, let's say, AngularJS, is make sure to check out the versions. Okay. Now, there are a couple of versions that you will find online. Now, let's just go off to any of the web browser. And if I just search in for download, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to open it up or keep it opened up for most of the cases or most of the classes. Download AngularJS. And obviously, you can try downloading on your device if you want to, but just copy this and make sure to put the same thing over here, okay? Because it's going to have all of the effects, okay? And you will also be able to use your own modules and let's say the versions of which AngularJS CDN you are using. And another thing to make sure to keep in mind is make sure the type is text/JavaScript. Okay, now inside of the var app, we have angular.module, and we also have defined the specific sample. Now, but one thing you can see that there is nothing inside of it because we are going to be creating our own function. Now we can see we have the app.controller, we also have the emp, and now the most important thing about the relation when you are working with the connection between them is that most of the time we have kept this bracket like, empty, right? But when you are trying to find out the function, or let's say the connection between them, or let's say the connection or the relation between the scope and also, let's say, the controller, you have to define the scope over here. So just type in $sign and then type in scope. Okay, so that is going to define the scope inside of your, let's say, function. Now, another thing that I'm going to be doing is I'm going to cut this off, and we're not going to be needing all of these variables because we are going to be defining a different thing right now. Now, here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to type in the $scope. Okay, $scope dot identity. Now we are using specific name, let's say Susan. Now, another thing that you want to do is that in the div tag over here, you are not going to be defining any specific instance. So when we remove the specific instance, now what I basically have to do is I'm going to remove all of these. Let's say I'm going to cut this off. And what I'm going to be changing over here is I'm just going to cut out this instance, because now we are not using any EMP or empower for any instance, but we are specifically using any specific, let's say, variable for our module. Now, if you want to basically open this up, what you basically have to do is you have to save up this file and you have to open it up. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to save up this file and I'm going to open up in Explorer. You can see Explorer opened. And if I open this up, RLT, you can see we have the specific text, hello, Susan. Now, even if I just change this value, let's say here, I'm going to change this into Alice. Now, if I just save up this file, and if I just, I'm just going to refresh this, you can see we still have Alice over here. Now, you will also be able to use multiple of them, but in some cases, in some modules, it does not support multiple scopes. So if I try to define another one, let's just try it. Now I have to check it, scope dot, let's say, RT. RT is equal. I'm just going to copy this over here, Control C, Control V, and I'm going to define that specific, let's say I'm going to put any specific number. So if I type in 200, make sure to close it off. And I put in here is, put in double third brackets, and then put in RT. That's it. That's all you need to put, okay? Because this is a Ruby pronunciation. Now, when I put in RT over here, it is already putting up, or let's say, just finding up what it is connected to. I'm just going to put in $. Now I'm going to save the file. And now I basically have to check it if it works. So you can see it basically works. But in some cases, you will not be able to use a third variable. So if I just put in another one, but it might also work. It depends on the module, whichever one you are using. But if it works, then you can just go on putting in more variables. So if I just put in YU is going to be equal to, let's say, I'm just going to put in thanks for being here. And here, I'm just going to put in another comma. And instead of putting anything, I'm just going to define it just by putting in YU. That's it. Now, if I just save up this file, it will either show you an error, or let's say this specific line, or it will show you the exact text. Okay. So if this works, that it means that you are using the most updated version. And obviously, there are a couple of fixes where you'll be able to use multiple variables inside of your web, and you can also represent it inside of your, let's say, your web. Okay. Now, the next thing that I want to do is that if I try to change my function into a specific, let's say, if I want to use any specific instance, I can also try it out. But when you want to change that specific instance, you also have to change it inside of your command lines, such as if I put something like, let's say I'm going to use V. Okay. So I'm just going to put in V. So what are you going to do is I'm just going to put in V over here, just like I did in my previous class. Put in V. I'm just going to put the same thing over here, put in V. Okay. So when you want to use V, and now if I save up this file, now we are not using any scope. So if I open up my website and just, refresh it, you can see that it is not showing me how I want it to be. So when you want to change up the way it looks like, then you basically have to define the scope beforehand so that it basically functions properly. So what you basically have to do is, first off, you have to define the scope beforehand. And there are a couple of different methods. But when I'm using V and I want to make sure it is working, then I also have to define the specific EMP over here. EMP as then the specific value. But I don't want to do that. Now, what I am basically going to do is that I'm going to create my own function. Now, right after EMP, put in a comma, and here I'm going to put in the secondary bracket. Inside of the secondary bracket, I'm going to define the scope. So here, I'm going to put in $scope, and right after it, I'm going to put in a comma. Okay, now there we go. We have our function working as V. And now I'm also going to be putting in the same thing. Now, if I basically just save up the file, and still if I go to the site and refresh it, it will still show me the same thing because we did not customize our variable, neither our instance. Another thing that you have to keep in mind is that when you are creating your own function like this, you will not be able to use multiple of these variables. So what you're going to do is just remove these. Let's just remove all of these. Okay. And I'm also going to be removing these texts over here. There we go. Now, if I just save up this file, and if I go off to the site and refresh it, it will take a bit of time to put in the specific identity. So I'm just going to go back to Node. And here I'm going to define that specific identity over here. And you can also define in any different functions. Let's say maybe I'm going to put in Y. Okay. So Y, I'm just going to put this one over here too. There we go. And you're going to save up the file. Right after I save up this whole file, now you want to go back into the Explorer. And if you just open this up, now you can see that we have Alice. Now, if I just open up Node right beside it, and if I just change the name, let's say instead of Alice, I'm going to put in, let's say, Rue. Okay. Now, if I just save up this file, and if I just refresh it, now you can see we have Rue again. Now, let's try out putting in more. So if I just try to put in y.ty is going to be equal to, let's say, I'm going to put in, let's say, 200 again. Okay. I'm going to close this off. And here, I'm going to put in here is double third bracket, and I'm going to just put in ty. That's it. Okay. Now I'm just going to save up this file again. Save, refresh it. There we go. Here is 200. Now you will also be able to put in more if you want to and however you prefer. Now, obviously, there are a couple of different ways of how you'll be able to put it. Another thing that you want to check is that if you want to inspect it, when you just open up inspect, you'll basically see something like this. You can see we have the body, we have the head, and whatever codes we are using. But one of the most important thing you can see over here is that there are going to be a couple of signs which doesn't match up. Okay. But anything that we want to bind up the commands is going to display everything over here. Now, obviously, you will not be able to change anything over here. But if you just go back to Node and if you want to customize anything, it's also going to be shown inside over here. Okay. Now, obviously, you will be able to also connect it up to a couple of, let's say, return values. Now, if we first off go off to Node over here, now here, what I want to do is that I'm just going to go off the Node again. I'm just going to increase up the size. And first things first, what I want to do is I want to change all of these back into scope because I want it to be like that. Okay, I'm just going to put in scope over here. And I'm also going to define it $scope. Okay. I'm also going to be putting that over here, dollar scope. Now, what I want to do over here is that I want, let's say, a specific value and I want it to be multiplied. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in scope dot, let's say, annual val. Okay, so I'm going to put in annual val dot equal to, let's say I'm going to be using a specific function. So I'm just going to put in function. Inside of the function, I'm just going to put in open parentheses. Make sure to put that in. And right after that, you're just going to open up the third brackets. That's it. Now here you want to put in the return value. So here inside of the return value, I'm just going to put in, let's say, whatever you prefer. Let's say maybe I want to put in this, or let's say I'm just going to put in this dot ty, which you can see over here is the ty value. So when I put in this dot ty value, and obviously I want to multiply it, multiplied by 12. And here I'm just going to close it off. Okay. Now what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to put in your annual value is, open the third bracket, and obviously you want to put in the get, okay? Or let's say I'm just going to put in the specific annual value. I'm just going to put in, let's say, get Control C, make sure to copy it, and obviously paste it inside over here. Get annual value. Okay. And obviously inside, you also have to define the specific function. Just put in this parentheses, but make sure that this specific value also matches up to this one. Okay. Now, if you want to just save up the file and go off to the site, and you basically have to refresh it. Just as you refresh it, you can still see that we are getting our exact value. Now, even if I open up Node, let's say I'm going to minimize it so that you can see that the function is working properly. So if I just put it on 20, and if I just save up the file, and if I just refresh it, you can see now this is 4,000. So this is basically how simple it is when you are trying to find out the connection between the scope and also like specific different values. Now, obviously you will be able to work with different Angular, let's say, controllers. So if you want to use like multiple Angular controllers, you can also do that. And it's also very simple to do so. So if you want to do that, you basically just have to create another line or another body. So what you basically have to do is that, let's say I got my annual sal value right over here. And we also closed off the div tag. Now, right after that, you're just going to put in another div tag. You're just going to open up div, close it off. And obviously, I'm just going to end this div tag over here /div. And inside, you are going to put in the specific value. First thing that you want to do is that inside of the div tag, you want to define the controller. So I'm going to put in ng controller. You can see we have defined the ng controller. And inside the ng controller, you also have to define what you are using. Let's say I'm going to be also using the same EMP. So if I just put in, let's say, equal controller, I'm just going to copy or keep this copied over here, equal to, let's say, EMP again. Okay, so I have defined it again as EMP. Now, inside of this, I can also define more lines. I saw identity. There we go. We have the variable right on the comma. Let's say I'm just going to put in the specific value. Let's say right on the 200th street. That's it. Now you just want to save up the file and you can just refresh it. There we go. Now we are working with the same variables and also the same controllers. But you will also be able to create more controllers inside of your script. Now, if you want to work up with multiple controllers inside of your script, you also have to change the name. First off, what you basically have to do is you have to go back into the controller again, and you can see in this app controller, we are defining it as EMP. But what if I want to create another one? So if I want to create another one, what you basically have to do is you have to create the app controller again. So let's say I'm going to create Control C. And right after this ends right over here, before the script, you're going to create another app controller. There we go. So this is how simple it is. There we go. We have another app controller. But what I want to do over here is that we are going to be using a different value. So here, I'm going to be putting in, let's say, thanks. That's just it. You can use whichever variable you want. Now, instead of this, I want to put in, let's say, Cassie. And instead of ty, I'm going to be using, let's say, 4. Okay? Now, it's still going to be the same, okay? Even if I save this file up, if I refresh the site, it's still going to be like this, okay? Because now we are using multiple of them. What you basically have to do over here, instead of EMP, you have to define these, like this exact controller that you are using. So what you basically have to do is that instead of EMP, just type in or put in thanks, okay? So here, I'm going to put in thanks. Okay. Another thing that you have to make sure to keep in mind is that make sure everything ends at the end. So here, what you're going to do is just Control X, paste it right over here. There we go. Now you can see we have the controller working properly. Save up the file. And now you're going to try to refresh up the site. If it doesn't work, then you have to check on the command lines again. So what I'm going to check is that we have the ending of these brackets over here. So one mistake that we did is that we also have to put in the same thing over here too, because now we have two controllers. Now, one thing that you have to check, and obviously it is like a con of using Atom, but I just like using this. So if you try Visual Studio Code, it's going to show you which one is closing off the tags. So let's say this one is this one over here. And the second bracket is this one. And also this is the third bracket. Now, if we basically just save up the file, go off to the Explorer. And if we just open this up, now you can see this is working properly. So even if we open up Node over here, and now if we just basically change up this, instead of this, we have thanks over here. Instead of identity, I'm going to put in name. Now, if I refresh this, first off, I'm going to save this up, refresh this. You can see there is no specific value because it cannot find which variable I am using. So what I basically have to do is I have to change this name over here. There we go. Now, if I just save up the file, refresh the site, and there we go. We have I saw Cassie right on the 4th street. So that is basically all you need to know about this class. Now, I'm going to be defining every command lines and how this is structured and how it functions in my next lesson. So make sure to practice this on and also try it on your own if this works perfectly. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next part, or let's say the part 2 of this class. Welcome to part 2 of scope and its relation with controller view in AngularJS. In part 1 of this class, I've shown you how you will be able to create or represent your data using scope and its relation with controllers. So in this class, or in this part of the class, I'm going to be defining every description and everything that you need to know about the command lines so that you have a better idea and how you'll be able to create your own functions and how they actually function inside of the module. So let's get into our class and let's open up the file which we used in part 1 of this class. So we have opened up the rlt.html file, which we've used in the first part of this class. Now, in this whole structure or firmware, what we basically have to understand are the command lines and how this actually functions properly. So what we are going to be learning about first is going to be, let's say, the scope. Okay, so basically the scope is, it basically helps you to create new controller instance along with scope. Now, where are we using the scopes? So there we go. We have the specific scope, and where are we like defining it? So if we go off to the ng controller, we have it as EMP. You can see this over here. And we are also defining it inside of our app. So what basically does is that we have the EMP identity as root, and we also have the EMP-TY as 200. Now you'll be able to change up the data values or any variable however you prefer. But one thing that you can see how we are basically defining it and also representing it inside of our web is right over here as the third bracket being used 2 times. So this basically controls or connects this EMP to this third bracket over here through data binding and also expression evaluation. And another thing which you can see, we are using this EMP over here. This basically creates new controller instances along with different scope. Now, in this scope, there is a boundary / context, such as the memory area, or known as the memory area. It can contain data for data binding. And another thing that you have to keep in mind is that it sits at DOM attached to the specific element, which we are using as a specific variable. So scope gets merged into controller instance, and the controller has direct access to the specific scope, which we are using over here, and also here, and also over here, and here. Okay, so this basically controls and also holds up all of these data. Now, each and every one of these scopes or controller instance, such as EMP, are the one which we've used as thanks. It is connected to the module controller, which is the controller instance. So all of these are connected together one by one or step by step. Now, another thing that you have to keep in mind is the specific scope which we are defining, and the whole thing that is being inside of, let's say, this like data area is this div tag, and also, let's say, whatever variable we are using inside of this, let's say, representing value. So this is basically the scope, which is direct scope access inside of the controller. And this one is being connected directly to the function of the scope. So like, there are a couple of things like people make it very complex, but if you just go into more demo, you'll understand it more, such as working with scope object in controller, accessing scope in console for debugging, or maybe like, testing. And obviously you have to like practice the best practices for understanding each and every one of them. And obviously if you just go more into like inspect of the value inside of any application or any website, you will also understand it better. And another thing is that we mostly used just the scope. But if you want to use any specific instance, such as maybe any specific numerical or maybe any specific alphabets, which we've done in my second class of this whole course, where I've used I or Y or maybe V, you will also be able to put it inside over here. But when you're using directly scope, you just basically don't have to define it. But also while using scope, you can also define it just by using any specific value, such as maybe O or V, or let's say P, whichever alphabet you prefer using. So hope you understood about everything in this class, and thank you for watching this video up till the very end. And if you still have any confusion or any question about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. Just make sure to practice it along and also try it on your own. And After doing so, if you if you are still facing any issue, feel free to tell me. And also I'm going to be attaching a couple of the resource files and also each and every one of these HTML files so that you can check it out and also find out the problems which you are facing so that you get an easier solution. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of AngularJS. Welcome to another class of AngularJS. In my previous class, I've shown you about the relation between scope and also the controller or view. In this class, we are going to be learning about understanding scope inheritance in AngularJS. So let's get more into our class. In AngularJS, scope inheritance is a key concept that helps manage data in your application, especially in nested controllers and directives. Here's a breakdown of how it works. 1. Scope basics. Scope. It is an object that refers to the application model. It acts as a bridge between the controller and the view. So, a scope is very important between the controller and also the view. Scope. It is an object that contains the model data and also the functions to be used inside the view. Scope hierarchy. AngularJS creates a hierarchical structure for scopes. Each controller gets its own scope, which can inherit properties from its parent scope. When you create a new scope, an example in a child controller, it inherits from its parent scope. 3. Inheritance. Child scopes inherit properties from their parent scopes. If you set a property on the parent scope, the child can access it. If the child scope defines a property with the same name, it overrides the parent property for that scope, such as called shadowing. In my previous class, I've shown you that first off, we were using two of the same name as EMP, but we were still using the same variables in multiple deviation brackets. So that is what it is. So if you already have a parent scope applied, you will also be able to create a child scope so that you can make more variables and more controllers to the view. Number 4. Two-way data binding. Changes in a child scope can affect the parent scope due to the inheritance chain. This means that if a property is changed in the child scope, it can reflect back up on the parent. Number 5. Use cases. Controllers. When you have nested controllers, the child controller can access properties defined in the parent controller. Directives. In directives, you can create isolated scopes or let the directive inherit from its parent scope. Number 6. Examples. First off, we are going to define the controller such as app.controller, and then you are going to define it either parent CTRL or maybe it's even your own keyword such as I use EMP or I also used thanks. And then you are going to define the function with the scope. Inside of this function, you are going to define the specific text, which you want to put up in the view or inside of the web. So such as here, I got hello from parent, or I have used the specific variable scope.message. So when I use message or scope message inside of my div tag or inside the body of HTML, when I'm trying to view it or represent it inside of my web, I have to put that specific function, or let's say that specific keyword such as message as I have over here. Then when you are trying to create another app controller, then the child control, or let's say the child scope starts working. Even if you use the function as scope, then you are also using the same variables hello from child. What happens is that it overrides the parent message. So in this case, you also have to make sure that both of them are different. In this case, if you access message in the child scope, it will return hello from child. However, if the child does not have a message property, it will access hello from parent. Number 7, best practices. Use ngIf or ngShow to conditionally display elements, as this can help manage scope more effectively. Avoid deeply nested scopes, as they can lead to complexity and performance issues. Prefer using controller as syntax to reduce confusion around scope inheritance. Understanding scope inheritance is crucial for managing data and behaviors effectively in AngularJS applications. It helps keep your components organized and maintains a clear data flow. So now that you know everything that you need to know about this complexity and also a brief about, let's say, scopes, so let's get more into practical lessons so that you'll be able to apply it and also understand about parent scope and also child scope. From my screen, you can see that I have opened up Atom. Now, what I want to do first is I'm going to create another file. So I'm going to right click over here, new file. And here, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to name my file as, let's say, SCP, such as defining scope, and int, scope inheritance. And I'm going to put in .html. Okay, hit on enter, and there we go. We have scpint HTML. So first thing that I want to do over here, I'm going to copy everything, Control C, and I'm going to paste it right over here. Now, obviously, I'm not going to be having a lot of these. So first things that I want to do is I'm going to remove everything over here as my variable or also as the snippet. And the other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the div tags from here because I want to start off from scratch again. Okay, there we go. I'm going to close off the tag and let's just remove this RLT. So as we have this scpint.html, now I'm going to start putting in more commands to it. So right after JavaScript, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start putting in more functions again. So if I want to put in more functions again, I have to start off with the var, or let's say variable. So var sample is equal, let's just take one from here, copy and paste it. Let's just close this off again. Var sample is going to be equal to Angular module. Angular.module. Okay, make sure to put that, open up the parentheses, and then you have to define the sample. So first off, put in double quotation, and I'm going to put in sample. Okay, so right after that, put in a comma, and obviously put in the secondary bracket to define your own function. Right after that, close off the parentheses and put in this colon. Okay, now here I'm going to be defining my controller, or let's say the sample controller. So I'm going to put in sample dot controller. Okay, so we have sample dot controller, and here you want to specify the specific keyword. So I'm going to be using emp again, or maybe I can also use thanks. I'm going to be using thanks in this case. So I'm going to put in comma and put in the secondary bracket to define the scope. So put in the $ scope. Okay. Now, right after the quotation, put in a comma and then define your function. There we go. We have the function, open the parentheses and define the scope again. There we go. You don't have to put in, let's say, you don't have to put in anything related to, let's say, double quotation. Right after the scope, you want to open up the third bracket and obviously put this over here. Okay. And here you are going to define the exact keyword to define what data you want to view. So here, first off, put in scope, scope.id. That is what you want to put in, or maybe even whatever you prefer. And it's going to equal to the specific keyword or the specific word that you want to make it visible. So let's say I'm going to put in marked. Okay. So right after that, put in this colon again. And basically you are almost done with this. And here, make sure to close this off again. Now here, right after script, we did not define anything else except for body ng app is equal to, let's say, sample. Now inside of the body, you also have to put in the div tag to define your data. So start off with the div close it off. And here you want to define it with the ng controller, ng controller. Okay, ng controller is going to be equal to that specific value that you are using as thanks. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to put in double quotation thanks. Okay, now after you are done, you have to put in what data you want to put. So let's say I'm going to be putting in this is the name of. Now, first off, you have to put in 2 third brackets and you're just going to put in ID. That is it, which is the same one as over here. Now, right after that, what you want to do is obviously close the div tag /div, close it off. Now, what I can do right now is basically the same thing that I did in my previous classes. So I'm just save up the file, show in Explorer. If I go off over here, go to test, scpint. If I open this up, you can see this is the name of Mark. Now, another thing that I can do over here is that what if I want to make sure this is bold? So I'm going to be using a tag of HTML. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go off the node or over here, and I'm going to put in the tag, let's say strong. Close it off. And I'm going to close off the tag over here /strong. And obviously make sure to put in this colon over here. And I'm going to do is going to be saving up the file, go up to the browser, refresh it, and now you can see that this is bold. So this is basically how you'll be able to understand it. But you can see that we are still working with the parent scope. Now, what if you want to create the child scope? If you want to create the child scope, you have to basically do the same thing which I did in my previous class. So first thing that you want to do is go off to any IDE which you have. So right after that, you're going to create a bit more space. And here I'm going to put in sample.controller. Okay, so sample controller. And here I'm going to put in, let's say, a couple of details. So here I'm going to put in, let's say, deets. Okay, so there we go. Now I'm going to be defining my deets. So this is basically, let's say, the child controller or the child scope, as this is the parent scope which we were working with in most of these classes. So even though you might think that both of these classes or both of these lessons are basically the same, but it's just for you to understand better. Now, what I'm going to be doing over here is I'm going to define my function. So to define my own function, put in the second bracket first, put in double quotation, $scope. There we go. We have the $scope applied, put in a comma, and then type in function. Okay. Now, after putting in the function, open up the parentheses, and then you have to put in $scope over here. Now, after that, after, let's say, this one, I'm going to hit on enter so that I can start off on this one again. Now, another thing that you will check over here is that we are not going to be having any third brackets yet. But obviously, I would suggest you open up your third bracket right over here. Okay, I'm just going to open up the third bracket, hit on enter. Okay, that's what you're going to do. Now, I'm going to be creating 2 specific variables. So I'm going to put in dot, or let's say $scope dot mon to define my money is going to be equal to 5,000. Let's say I'm just going to put in 5,000 and $scope dot tim. That's it for the time. So here I'm going to be putting in, let's say, sales, or let's say I'm just going to put in, let's say, USD. Okay. So what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to end it off with this. So we have both of them ending and also closing. So this is the parent controller. This is the child controller. Here I'm going to close it off, or let's say I'm going to just create a bit of space. The next thing that I want to do is right after this div tag, I'm going to create more div tags. So I'm going to put in div, close it off, and I'm going to end it off again, /div. That's what you're going to do. Now, what you want to do over here is you have to put in, let's say, whatever details you want to put. Let's say in this case, we are using another keyword such as deets. So you are going to be defining that over here. So type in ng app, or let's say you can put in ng controller if you want to, but I would suggest you use ng controller. There we go. ng controller is going to be equal to deets. Okay, the same one which we are using right over here. Okay, deets. So the next thing that you want to do is obviously you have to put in the specific data. So here I'm going to put in strong. And here you want to define it with the third brackets. And here I'm just going to put in, let's say, mon. And I'm going to close it off slash strong. Close it off. 5,000. And I'm going to put in, let's say, USD. So here, I'm just going to open up the third bracket 2 more times again. And here, I'm going to put in TIM. That's it. Or let's say I'm just going to put in CUR. Okay? Instead of TIM, I'm just going to put in CUR to define the specific currency. So that is what you basically have to do. So now if I just save up this file, I'm just going to save up this file, save it up. Now, if I just go off to the website, which I've opened up, you can see this is the name of Mart 5,000 USD. Now, if I want to change or put any specific, let's say I want to just define this over here. If I save this up, go off to my site, refresh it up, you can see 5,000 USD. Or what if I want to change the details? So if I just go off over here, this is the salary of this specific person. So if I just save up the file, go off to my site, refresh it, this is the salary of Mark. Now, another thing that you want to check is that about the parent scope and the child scope. Now, if I put in ID over here, and if I just put in ID over here instead of money, and if I just save up the file, if I go up to my site and refresh it, it might show me an error or nothing over here, because now it is overriding this specific value, even though it doesn't meet up to its requirement. So if I just go off over here again, and I'm going to save up the file, go off to my Explorer, which you can see already opened up, open this up again, and you can still see it is overwriting it. Okay, so if I just go off to Node, and you can still see I'm using deets as the specific source, but I want ID. You can see ID is the same one as 5,000. So what if I just change this to deets, or if I just put this into deets? Save up the file, go off to the site, refresh it, and you can see now it is showing me up the error because we are using the parent scope. So one thing you have to keep in mind is that you will not be able to change the parent scope, but you'll be able to override the child scope. So if I just go off to Atom again, and instead of deets, I'm just going to put in thanks. And we have the ID, which is 5,000 again. And you can see this is both the same. So if I just refresh it or save this up, go off to the site, refresh it, you can still see this is not working properly. So that means it is showing me a couple of errors. Now it is not able to override it. So what you basically have to do is you have to change up the values again. First thing that you want to do over here is that we have the thanks over here and also the deets. So first thing we have the ID and also the currency. Instead of ID, what I'm going to put in, I'm just going to put in cell. And here I'm also going to put in cell. Okay, there we go. We have app, and instead of thanks over here, I'm just going to put in sample. Okay, save up the file, go off to the site, refresh it. There we go. It is back to normal. Now, if I just put this into deets, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change this into ID, save up the file, go off to the site. It's either going to overwrite or it's either going to remove the value. So now you can see it is overriding the parent value too. So hope you understood about everything in this class. Now I'm going to be describing everything that you need to know about the inheritance. Now the first thing that you need to know about the inheritance are, let's say, the descriptions. First off, we have been using thanks as, let's say, the instance. Now this is basically connected to the module controller. So the module controller is basically thanks. Okay, so this is also the thanks detail. Now in the second one of view, which is basically the body or the div tag, when we are using emp or let's say thanks or deets, whichever you prefer, it is basically using the data of the scope directly connected to the scope and also the module at the same time. So sometimes it could be very, let's say, connected, or let's say sometimes it could be very like complex about how you would understand about it. But another thing that you have to keep in mind, even if we are using child controller, it is still going into the data area of the scope. So make sure to keep those things in mind because it might override a couple of details and you might not be able to get specific values. So what you have to think about is when you are using any of these values, sal, cur, ID, or any specific variable that you are creating, everything is going inside of the scope data area. So including the name or the keyword which you are using as source, everything is interconnected to the scope. So whatever you define over here, you'll be able to use that specific module, and also you'll be able to view it inside of your web just by like customizing your own command lines. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of AngularJS. Welcome to a new class of AngularJS. In my previous classes, I've shown you everything that you need to know about scope and also controllers and also how you're going to use Vue. In this class, we're going to also learn a very important class in learning AngularJS. In this class, we're going to cover everything that you need to know about data binding and three of its specific classification: one-way, two-way, and one-time AngularJS data binding. So let's get into more of it. One-way data binding. The definition of one-way data binding is that data flows in only one direction, from the module to the specific view, such as commanding or coding in any IDE and representing it inside of the web. Usage. Typically used for displaying data in the UI without allowing user interaction to modify it. So that means only the developers will be able to customize it and also they will be able to interact it. But the users will not be able to modify it, only they will be able to interact with the model applied by the developer. Example: if you update a module variable, the view reflects the change, but any changes in the view do not specifically affect the module. So only the DevOps, or let's say the developers, can only customize the UI and make it interactive. If the developers want it to be non-interactive, they can also design it in such of that way. Two-way data binding. The definition of two-way data binding is that data flows in both directions, allowing changes in the module to update the view and vice versa. Usage. Commonly used in form inputs, where user input directly modifies that specific model. Example: if a user types in an input field, the model is updated. And if the model changes, in example via an API call, the view is also updated automatically. So what happens in two-way data binding is that data flows in both of the direction, allowing changes in the data area and also the module to update the view and vice versa. One-time data binding. The definition of one-time data binding is the data is bound once when the view is rendered, meaning it does not update after the initial binding. Usage. Useful for performance optimization when the data is static or doesn't change after initial specific load. So that means when the data is applied, there is a certain limitation to it, or we can hold it like that. Example, you can use one-time binding in expressions like any specific expression defined in your controller of AngularJS while holding up two third brackets, which can display the data only once without further updates. But when you apply app controller or Angular module inside of your command line of your specific design, or let's say your firm, or even the structure of the web application, you'll be able to use it multiple times. But the expression can only be used once to define it and also take it inside of the module data area. These binding types help streamline data synchronization and enhance user interaction in AngularJS application. So, hope you understood about everything. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to open up any IDE and we're going to start on customizing and also putting in our AngularJS command lines. And let's customize or build up our structure of the web and also make sure that we can represent the data just by using those specific commands. And if you didn't check out, or let's say if you still have any confusion, or if you have any confusion and also questions or facing any problems with my previous classes, and if it is not effective and is not working properly on your UI, or let's say on your web, and you cannot represent it, then I would suggest you feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. Because if you still did not understand and if you still cannot input the same data and get the results like you need or just how I've shown you, then obviously you have to practice more on those parts and you have to check out my previous videos properly. And make sure not to skip any part of these classes, because if you do, you might miss out on something very important. So let's open up the IDE or Atom on our device. As you can see from my screen, I have created, or let's say I have opened up Atom, or you can use any IDE you want. Now, the first thing that we are going to be doing in this command line or in this class is that we are going to be creating two files so that we can use one as the root scope. Now, if you still don't know about root scope, it is the source of any JS files that we want to use. So the first thing that we are going to be doing is that I'm going to click on this test option over here, click on new file, and let's say I'm going to name this res.js. So this is going to be the resource folder, okay? Or let's say the resource file or the JavaScript file, which we are going to be combining. Now, the next thing that I want to do is I'm going to create another file, new file, and I'm going to name the file, let's say data b, okay? Data b.html. That's all you need to do. Now, what I'm going to be doing over here, I'm going to copy everything that I need over here, and I'm just going to like paste it. And if you want to start off from scratch, that is also doable. Now, the first thing that we are going to be doing over here is we are going to be removing every script. But what I'm going to do over here is that we are going to be taking these variables inside of our JavaScript file, and we are going to be using that as the root value, or let's say the root source. Okay. So first thing that I'm going to do over here is that we have the specific script, and inside of this specific script, I'm going to keep it up till here, and the rest of the things that we have over here, I'm just going to remove it because we are not going to be needing any of these. Okay. And the next thing that I want to do over here is that I'm also going to be removing these controllers because I'm not going to be needing any. So let's just remove those. Or let's say I'm just going to remove this, and I'm going to remove this one too. There we go. So as we have removed all of these files, now first off, we're going to start off as the resource file, or let's customize our resource file first. So we're going to start off with a specific variable as our JavaScript. So variable is going to be our specific app. Now, when we have that specific app, I'm just going to copy this equal, Control C, paste it over here. The app is going to be the module. So I'm going to name it Angular.module. Okay, so as we already have the Angular module applied, but if it's still not working properly, first off, we have to use it as source. But let's just customize our module first. So we have the Angular module, open up the parentheses and define that specific app. So in that case, I'm just going to type in APPL. So that is going to be our specific application, which we are going to be using. Now, using that specific application or the name of the application with the keyword, we're going to be creating a function using the second bracket once. And then I'm going to put on this colon sign, and then I'm going to put in app.controller so that we can control the variable. Controller. There we go. We have the app.controller. And here I'm going to put in any specific instance. So in this case, I'm going to be using single parentheses, or let's say single quotation. Now I'm going to define in EMP. So after I have EMP, I'm going to put in a comma, and now I'm going to define my function again. Now in this case, I'm going to be using the scope function. So scope, and obviously make sure to put that inside of this quotation too. So $scope, okay? Which is going to make it more functional, and it's going to be more easier for us to put it inside of Vue. So after I have that, I'm going to put in a comma after that quotation. And after that, I'm going to put in function. Function, open up the parentheses, $scope. Okay. So after $scope, I'm going to be putting in the third bracket so that I can define my specific variables multiple times with different one of these variables. So starting off, I want to create the scope value again. Let's type in scope and then put in a dot. And let's say in this case, I'm going to start off with Z. So scope Z is going to be equal to a specific value 30 and put in this sign. I'm going to do the same thing over here to define another one of these variables. So I'm just going to type in or name it Y. And the numerical value that I'm going to be putting in is going to be 40. So basically, we are almost done on this part. And as we are only using one specific controller, we don't even have to put this sign over here. So we have basically created our resource file that we need. Now, even though we have created the resource file, but both of them are still not connected. So the first thing that you have to do when you go after the HTML file is that you have to make sure that both of them are connected perfectly so that it can take up the resource from this file. So what I'm going to do, or what you should be doing, is that we already have the first snippet, which is using the CDN of AngularJS from Google. So the next thing that you can see in the snippet or the script is just the type of, let's say, the type of text or the data which we want to input. So first thing that we want to do over here is that we have to put the source in this snippet. So type in src, okay? Src is going to be specifically equal, and then you want to define which file you want to connect to. So the source is going to be res.js. And obviously make sure that every one of these files is inside one of these folders, so it will be easier for Java or any of these IDE to identify and also find out the sourcing value. So when we have that specific sourcing value, you want to close off the parentheses, and you also want to close off the snippet. So as we have the snippet over here, I can also put the script over here because it will be easier for me to understand that the snippet has ended. Now, inside of the head, I'm going to create a bit more space so that it is a bit more easier for you to understand. Now, instead of the sample, we are not using any specific sample. Instead of the source, we are using APPL. So when we are using APPL over here, that means inside of database, we also have to define where we are, or let's say which specific, let's say variable or which specific keyword we are using as the AngularJS value. So now I have started off that specific resource from this JavaScript file. So as we have defined APPL over here, next thing that you want to do is that instead of the deets which we had in my previous class, I'm also going to check out my rest.js, and the next keyword that we are using is emp. Now, even if you don't want to use emp over here, let's just use py just in case. So you can put in any of these like values or words, whichever one you prefer. So I'm going to put in py just the same way I did over here. Another thing that I want to do over here, I'm going to save up this JavaScript file so that it will be more easier for this HTML file to identify and also read the database or read the data area of this resolution, or let's say resource.javascript file. Now, as we have defined our Angular controller and also we've started our Angular application, now we are going to be putting in those specific values inside of the view. So first thing that I want to view is that, let's say, the numerical value of, let's say, numerical value of y, or maybe numerical value of z, whichever one you prefer. Let's say just in this case, I'm going to be numerical value of, let's say, part 1 is, and put in third bracket to put in your expression. So for that, I'm just going to put in, let's say, z. Okay, I'm just going to put in z over here. And obviously, we want to put a break so that there is like 2 lines /br. You don't even have to start off a starting tag for this. So you can put that off and you can also close it off if you want to. Now, the next thing that I want to put in is the numerical value of part 2 is y. There we go. And obviously you can put in a break if you want to, but I'm just going to put this just in case. You can like put it if you want to. You can also not put it if you want to. And what you want to do over here is you want to save up the file, open up the Explorer. Now you can see Explorer has been opened up. Now what I'm going to do over here is that we have the resolution, or let's say the resource file over here, and we have the database. So let's just open up this database. And you can see we are getting the exact value that we need to represent inside of our application, or to make it, let's say, interactive at the same time. Now, even if you try to inspect up the file, and if we just basically open up the elements, we can see the elements. You can see we have transition name, we have specific roots, just like I said, root scope being opened up. And if we just click on this, we have the ng controller in the body, all of these over here. And if we just open this up more, but you can still see that we cannot still see what is being used as that specific value. But one thing you can check over here all the time, or whenever you want, is that whatever data you put in over there, we'll be able to work with it. Okay, so you'll be able to change the value anytime you want. Let's say just in case, you'll be able to multiply it at the same time. But it also causes a bit of, let's say, a bit of complexion, or let's say it's just going to make the command line a bit more complex. Okay, so the next thing that I want to do is that inside of our resource, I'm going to be defining a specific function. So let's just go off to node, and we're going to go off over here. We already have the function applied. Now, what I want to do is that we want to span up the database. So first thing that you have to do is after is, now what you want to do first is that I have to put in the span tag. So if I just put in span, close off the tag, And inside of the span, you want to put in the ng data bind. So I'm just going to put in data bind, and after the class, I'm going to be defining or describing everything that you need to know about these values. Now, if we don't want to use these values, we will be able to like customize it the way we want to. Now, instead of this, let me just show it to you how you'll be able to, let's say, if you don't want to put any of these expressions, you'll be able to use span. So right after this div tag, I'm going to create another div tag. Close off the div tag, and I'm going to close slash div. Okay. Now here, I'm going to start putting in my data. So first off, I'm just going to put in the HR tag, so it will be easier for me to understand that there is going to be a horizontal row. Okay. It's just going to make sure to distinguish between them. So first thing that I want to do is I'm going to put in value of 1 is. Now, after is, you want to open up the tag. So I'm going to type in span, then ng bind. There we go. We have this ng bind, and then it's going to be equal to, let's say, z, which we are using as that specific variable. And then you want to close off the tag, such as slash span. Okay. Now we're just going to try it out if this actually works. So I'm just going to save up the file. Let's go off to our browser, refresh it, and you can see we are still not getting any specific values. But if you want to get out that specific value, we are also going to have to customize our command lines a bit more. Another thing that I want to do over here is that we want to create a breaking tag. Okay. So first I'm going to go off to node.js, or let's say atom, and I'm going to create a BR, or let's say a break. And I'm going to type in value of 2 is, now you're going to type in span, ng, then I'm going to type in bind is equal to y. Close off the tag, and then you want to close off this tag over here too. Okay, that's basically all you need to do, and I'm going to just close off and put another break over here. Now we're just going to check it out again if this specific value has been input. So now we have both of these lines, but we are still not getting any isolated values or any of these values which we want to represent over here. So let's just go back to atom. Now, what I'm going to be doing to this, let's say, application is that I'm going to be creating the application to be a bit more interactive. But in this case, it might be a bit complex, but I'm going to guide you through the whole process. The first thing that you want to do is that we have the data AB. Now, what you want to do over here is I want to create a duplicate. Now, after AB, I want to put in 1 so that I can understand that this is the duplicate. Now, I'm going to do the same thing with the res.js. So I'm going to create the duplicate over here, res.js 1. There we go. We have 2 of these files now opened up. Now, as we have both of these files opened up, I'm just going to close off these first ones. Okay. So I'm just going to have this resolution or resource 1, and I'm going to have this data AB1. Okay. So first thing that I have to do is that I have to customize my resources a bit more. And I'm also going to be applying a lot of more functions applied to it. So the first thing that we want to start off with is going to be the scope values. So right after, or let's say after this, I want to create a bit more of these functions. So I'm going to type in $scope. So $scope, I'm going to put in do, let's say do twice. Okay. So that is going to be the, let's say, I'm just going to type in do twice and some and add. Okay. So that is what I want to name it. And I'm going to put in equal and then type in a very, let's say, specific function. So after that, open up the parentheses and open up the third bracket after that. There we go. Now, the next thing that you want to do is you want to add members inside of your scope, such as using child scopes. So here I'm going to put in $scope, let's say dot. And as we've used Z over here, I'm just going to put the same thing. I'm going to put in Z over here equal to, let's say, $scope again, $scope dot z, which we are using already, and $scope z is going to be multiplied into 2. Okay, close it off. I'm going to type that again for the second value, scope dot y equal to $scope dot y into, let's say, 2. Okay, so as we have 2 over here, now the last thing that we want to do is we want to create a button so that it's going to, let's say, put the integer values and multiply it. So first that I'm going to do is $scope over here, $scope dot add. That is what I want to name it, equal to, let's say, I'm going to create my own function now. I'm going to put in parse integer value, parse int, open the parentheses, and I'm going to type in $scope over here, scope.z, and I'm going to add it up to, let's say, plus value. Okay, you can add in plus if you want to. You can also add in, a different value if you want to. Here, I'm going to be putting in plus. Now, after plus, I'm going to type in parse. And you can also put in the integer value, open up the parentheses, and then put in the secondary value, which is scope.y. Okay, so that's all you basically need to put. And then close it off. Okay, so after you close it off, you also want to close off this one because this is the secondary value. Now, as we have already customized our resource, now you want to go off to the database value. Now, here, what we basically have to do is that we have already created a deviation tag for our ngbind. Now, what I want to do as we are going to be creating or making this page a bit more interactive is right after BR, I want to open up the HR tag. Okay, so HR tag is going to be equal to sum, is going to be, let's say, I'm just going to copy one of these equals over here. Sum is going to be equal to, let's say, open the parentheses 2 times, and then you want to put in any specific value. Let's say maybe the one which you've put over here, okay, which is add. So I'm going to name it add, okay? And you basically don't even have to put in double quotation because we have already defined it and we are using scope. So as we have put in our expression, now the next thing that we basically have to do is we have to put in the specific button. So for creating a button, you just have to put in the button tag, button. And what you want to do is you have to put in ng click, okay? Ng click is going to be equal, then put in this double quotation, and you want to define what command you've used to do this whole function together. Okay, so basically do twice and add. So I'm going to just paste it, do twice and add. Okay, so as we have that, and now we want to do is open up the parentheses, and that's basically all you need to do. Now, the last thing that we want to do is we want to calculate, or let's say we want a button so that it can help us calculate these values. So after button, now I'm just going to put in calculate / and put in the closing button tag. Okay, that's basically all you need to do and close off the deviation tag. Now, if we just basically save up the file, and if we just go off to Explorer, let's just go off over here. Now let's open up database 1. Now you can see that we have these values over here. We have 1, 2, and we also have calculate. Now, if I just click on calculate, we still don't have any specific value that is being used over there. But what we want to do is that we want a summing value, right? So we can basically put in any specific value, which is going to sum up these datas. Okay, so these data is going to work according to what data you input over there. So if we just change up the value, we'll be able to work with it according to our need. But there is also a couple of steps which you have to complete when you want to put on these data values. But the first thing that you want to do is go up over here, and instead of res.js, I'm going to put in res1.js. Okay. Now you want to save up the file, go off to the site and refresh it. Now, even if you refresh it, you can still see that it is working just the way we want it to be. But when you go off to this database file, which is the first one, you can still see that we still do not have the calculate button. Okay, so we basically have to customize a bit on our site. Now, one thing that you want to do over here inside of the web is right click on anywhere, whichever browser you're using, just click on inspect. Now, when you go off the inspect, you will basically see on elements, it's going to call it div.ng binding. Now, we can open this up over here. We can find out which class you want to customize. We have span ng binding. And what you're going to do is enable full page accessibility tree. But one thing that you can see over here is that we are using the span one-way, two-way, or only one-time binding. Couple of cases or a couple of data will not be able to be changed. So if I just go off the console over here, we can put in a manual control over here. But even though this is only one way data binding, so even if I type in this AngularJS.element, I'm just gonna put this one over here, 100, or maybe even if I put in 200 for my Z value, if I hit on enter, it will show me 200, but it is still not showing me 200 over here. So one thing that you can try doing over here is you want to digest up the values because we are still on the console. So first thing that you basically have to do, you have to type in Angular.element. Make sure to put in the exact data, $0, close off the parentheses, .scope, and after scope, open up the parentheses again, close off the parentheses, and put in $digest. Okay, and open and close off the parentheses again and hit on enter. Now, whenever you just put in this value, it will just put up the value inside of your secondary value, and now it is being digested. Now we can do the same thing for this over here, Angular.element. Now we have Angular.element, $0, close off the parentheses, .scope, open and close off the parentheses, and you want to define in which value. So I'm using y as the secondary value. So y is going to be equal to, let's say, 100. Hit on enter, and we're still not getting up that value yet. So I'm just going to type in Angular. I'm just going to put in digest over here. So I'm just going to put in this specific value. I'm going to hit on enter. So we have 200 and 100, and we can just press on calculate anytime we want to, and you'll be able to make sure that we have an interactive type of application already created. Okay, so thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you have still any confusion or any question about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of AngularJS. But before ending the class, we are going to learn a bit more about the ng click, or let's say the ng app, ng binding, and also two-way, one-way, and whatever description you need to know about this class. So there are a couple of things that you need to know about this class, okay? So we're going to cover up everything that you need to know. So first off, we're going to start off with the view and markup. So it is basically the one-way data binding, so you have to keep that in mind, that the view or the markup is directly connected to the controller scope. So it contains a lot of the data which you are going to be putting inside of these values, or let's say the view tab, or let's say your web application inside of the web. Okay, so what basically happens is that in one-way data binding, data flows from scope directly to the view. So the scope data gets propagated to view, and the data modification is propagated immediately and reflected in view. So the view data, no propagation happens, and back to scope for any data change. So just like that, even if we manually apply these data, just like we did from the console, it is still not going to change anything inside of your command lines over here. You can still see Z, which we are using over here, is still 30, and Y is still over here as 40, even if we change it from the console inside of the web. Usually it is performed through ngbind, just like we did over here. Okay, so now we have only one-way data binding done to it. So basically, I hope that makes sense a bit more. So in two-way data binding, what happens is view markup and controller scope is directly connected, but both of them like exchange data in two ways. In one way, view and markup is directly directs the data directly into controller scope, but the controller scope does not send any data into view and markup. Okay, so data flows from scope to view and vice versa. The scope data gets propagated to view, and in data modification, propagated immediately and reflected in view. While in view data, it gets propagated to scope, while propagated directly and reflected in scope in data modification, usually performed through ng model. So you have to keep that thing in mind. While in one time, the data flows from scope to view, so the scope data gets propagated to view only once for the first time and cannot be done the next time. So in data modification, there is no propagation done. While in view data, no propagation happens back to scope for any data change, usually performed through, let's say, double quotation and then so on. So that is basically how you'll be able to, customize your application. And you can also make sure the application is interactive. And that is basically how you'll be able to create your own value. And you'll also be able to, create your own values just the way you want to. Another thing that you can do is you can apply this ng click for one-way data binding. And that is basically how I customized everything over here in res 1, or let's say these values, which I did over here. So you can see we have the scope add, which we have added over here. So what I'm gonna do is that you can try putting in a different value, which is res1.js being used, and we are still using up this one, and we also have this res.js over here. Okay, so thank you again for watching this video, and let's move on to our next class of AngularJS. Welcome to a new class of AngularJS. In this class, we're going to cover everything that you need to know about the data binding ng-init, ng-bind, and ng-repeat. Before getting into our practical classes, or let's say our lessons, we are going to learn a bit more and the brief about each and every one of these data binding methods, or let's say commands. So let's get into our class. In AngularJS, ng-init, ng-bind, and ng-repeat are directives that help in data binding and displaying information in an Angular application. Here's a brief overview of each. 1. ng-init. The purpose of it is to initialize variables in the scope of controller, allowing you to set default values or perform calculations when the view is loaded. Usage. You can use ng-init directly in an HTML element. While it's convenient for quick initializations, it's generally not recommended for complex logic. Example: div ng-app equal to your specific application, and then the ng controller inside of the div tag. And you are going to define your ng controller too according to what module you are using in the snippet. And you can also apply the ng-init counter with a specific value. Now, inside of your paragraph tag, you are going to put that specific counter, and you are also going to put the expression inside of it. Then, if you want to make your application a bit more interactive, you are going to be putting in a button inside of your web with the ng click and then you are going to define the counter, and you are going to put any specific word to view it inside of your web, and then close off the div tag and also the button. Now let's check out the advantage. Simplicity. Easy to set default values directly in the HTML. Intermediate setup. Quickly establishes initialized, or let's say initial state, without extra code in controllers. Local scope. Variables initialized with ng-init are only available in the current scope. Number 2. ng-bind. The purpose of it is to bind the content of an HTML element to an expression. This eliminates the need for using double curly braces, or let's say like this, in the markup, which can help with performance and avoid issues with HTML being rendered before the data is available. Usage. You can replace text content in any element with dynamic data. You can also see the example that I have put over there. And if you've seen my previous classes, then you already know about this deviation or these commands, or let's say functions inside of my ng app, or let's say my web structure. The advantage of ng-bind is starting off with the performance. It avoids the use of double curly braces for the expression, which reduces the reflow and also the repaint, saving a lot of time. Cleaner HTML. It makes HTML cleaner by eliminating interpolation in the markup. Automatic updates. Automatically updates the content when the underlying model changes, ensuring the view is always in sync. Number 3. ng repeat. The purpose of this is that this directive is used to iterate over a collection like an array or an object and generate a set of HTML elements for each item in the collection, or let's say the data area of the scope. Usage. It creates a new scope for each iteration, allowing you to refer to the current item using a specified variable. So in this case, you are using most of the time, let's say my app, or let's say whatever you prefer, like EMP for an instance. And also you are defining the ng controller with any specific, let's say, iteration. And what you want to do is that you want to start off with the listed order, putting on the ng repeat item in the elements, which is also going to be putting in, or let's say you also have to define the expression to view it inside of your web, and then you can close off the tags. The advantage of using ng repeat is the dynamic list generation. Easily creates lists and tables based on dynamic data. New scope for each item. Each iteration gets its own scope, allowing easy access to the current item. Built-in features. Supports various features like filtering, ordering, and tracking items with unique identifiers. These directives provide powerful tools for building dynamic and responsive AngularJS application, enhancing both development speed and user experience. The summary of them are given below. ng-init is for initializing variables in the scope. ng-bind is for binding expressions to HTML elements. And ng-repeat is for generating lists based on collections. So, hope you understood everything about this description and about each and every one of their briefs. Now, if you still have any confusion after the practical classes or the practical part of this class, then feel free to ask me anytime. But I would suggest you make sure not to skip any part, because if you do, you might miss out on something very important. So let's get into our class by opening up any IDE which you have on your device. As you can see from my screen, I have opened up Atom on my device. Now, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to remove my previous files, and I'm going to create another and I'm going to make a new file. So this one, I'm going to say jfp.js, or let's say resource 2, or let's say I'm just going to type in resource.js. Okay, that is what you're going to put, or whatever iteration you prefer. Hit on enter, and there we go. We have the resource file. Now we're going to be needing this resource file as the JavaScript, or let's say our source. So in this source, we are going to be creating the Angular module, and you are also going to create a variable over here. So I'm going to type in var, type in app, var app. Now you're going to put in equal, var app is going to be equal. I'm just going to put in equal again. And I'm going to type in Angular dot module. Okay, Angular module, open up the parentheses, and here I'm going to define my iteration. So let's say I'm going to say, or name it my appl. Okay, my application, comma, and then you're going to put in second brackets to close off the iteration. And there we go. We're done on this part. Now we're going to create more files, but all of them are going to be in HTML. So the first thing that we have to do is I'm going to create new files. Now let's say I'm going to name it init, or let's say I'm just going to type in datac.html. That's what I want it to be. Or I'm just going to type in one datac.html. Okay, so it is more easier for us to find. Now, the first thing that we have to do is we need the doc type. So I'm going to put in HTML. There we go. So now basically we have all of the things that we need to use. Now, inside of this, we are going to be creating the title, and also we are going to be putting in the ng app. But here, most of the time, what we did is that we put all of the values inside over here, or let's say inside the head. But this time, I'm going to be putting in the ng app and also the snippet inside of the body. So I'm going to find out the body over here, and right after the body, I'm going to name it ng, and I'm going to put in ng app. Okay, so there we go. We have the ng app created. Now, after I have created that, I'm going to define my ng app. So I'm going to put in an equal. And after that equal, I'm going to put in my appl. That is what I've named it. Now, after that, I'm going to put in the ng init, which I'm going to be using. So ng init is also going to be equal to a specific value. So equal to, let's say I'm going to be starting off with z. Okay, z is going to be equal to, let's say, 5. That's it. And I'm also going to be putting in y is going to be equal to, let's say, I'm just going to put 7 over here. Okay, so we have both of these values, and we are also going to close it off. Okay, make sure to close it off whenever you can. And I'm also going to put in this sign over here and close off the tag. So right after closing off the tag, now we are going to be putting in the snippet. So to put in the snippet, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go off to download AngularJS. I'm going to go off over there, and I'm going to just copy up the snippet again. There we go. We have the CDN. It's going to go off to atom again, and I'm going to type in script. There we go. Now script type is going to be equal to the specific variable, or let's say the CDN, which we have over here. So after that, we want to close off the tag too. Slash, and then I'm going to type in script. Okay, so there we go. We have the script ready. Now, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to define the JavaScript. So I also have to type in script type is equal to, let's say, double quotation, text, slash JavaScript. Okay, so that is basically what you want to put in. And also you have to put in the specific source. So I'm going to type in src. Okay, that's what you want to put in. Another thing that you can try do is just copy this, Control C. I'm just going to paste it over here. And I'm going to type in src over here. I'm going to type in equal over here. Okay, so that is how I want it to be put. And after that, after putting in the JavaScript, and then I can also put in, let's say, the one or whichever file we are using. So the source which I'm using is one data. Let's say I'm just going to type that in over here, double quotation. It's going to type in this over here, one data C dot, or let's say resource, that resource.js. Okay, so after putting in the resource.js, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open that up, slash, and then put in script. Okay, so there we go. We have this value, and now I want to paste the value inside of my web. So I'm going to put in a paragraph tag. I'm also going to be closing it off. There we go. And inside, I'm going to define, or let's say paste my value. So I'm going to put in the temperature today is, I'm going to put in the expression. Now inside the expression, I'm going to put in these values. So there we go. We have the Z. So I'm going to put in Z star Y. Okay, that's what I'm going to be putting in. And now we want to save the file. So let's first off save the file. And we're going to open this up in Explorer. There we go. Now I'm going to open this up. And there we go. We can still see that this is how it is showing me. Okay, so if this is how it is showing me, then I'm going to change a couple of values in the init. And I'm also going to, let's say, put a specific title. So you can try doing that if you want to. Now, inside of, let's say, the head, okay? So I'm going to be removing everything inside the head, and I'm just going to put in a specific title. Title, close off the tag, slash title. Okay? So there we go. We have the specific title, and I'm going to put in AngularJS. Okay? I'm going to save up the file. And there we go. We are almost done with it. So basically, if we just save up this file again, go off to the site, make sure to obviously save this up, go off to the file, and then you're going to try to open it up again from here. Let's just remove this. Okay, now let's just try to just open this up back from here. Okay, and if you just refresh it back again, and there we go, we have the specific answer. And if we just go back to our atom, you can still see that I just changed the value to A and B, and we are also using A and B over here. And we have the specific value 5 and 7 being multiplied onto our web. Now, even if you change the value, let's say I'm going to change this specific value to, let's say, maybe I'm going to put in 8, and this is going to be 2 over here. I'm just going to save up the file and make sure to just remove this. In a couple of cases, it just does not refresh up the file. So let's go off the Explorer again on here, and we're going to open this up back again. Let's just open up the file. And right after I open up the file, you can see the temperature is now 16. Even if we just open up the atom file, you can still see that we still have the same expression being worked over and over again. Now, as we have learned about the ng bind, now let's just keep on moving a bit more, or let's say we just learned about ng init. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do is that we're going to create another paragraph tag over here, and we can start putting in the ng bind. So I'm going to put in the area. Well, let's say the space is Now I'm going to open up my tag again. And here I'm going to type in span. Okay, span ng bind. So I'm going to bind up the data. Ng bind is going to be equal to, let's say, I'm going to open up double quotation again, and I'm going to put in A star B. So it's also going to give me 16 as the value if the function is working properly. So I'm going to close off the tag, and obviously make sure to close off the double quotation. And we're going to close off the paragraph tag. But before that, let's just end the span tag. And then we're going to be putting in the paragraph tag, or let's say the closing paragraph tag. Okay. So let's just close this off over here. And there we go. Now, if we just save up this file, and obviously we have to go off the Explorer again. Let's just cut this off, go off the Explorer, and we're going to open this up from here. So let's just open this up. And there we go. We have the specific answer. It is given right over here. The temperature is 16. And even if we open up Atom, you can still see that we have the span or the ng bind opened up, are working properly. And also we have the ng init working properly. So what you basically have to do if you see that most of the errors are occurring and it's not giving you the exact results as you need, then obviously just try to just close off the tab, whichever tab or window you are working on the browser, to open up your own site, or let's say the structure of the web page which you are creating, and then it will give you out the answer a bit more better, because whenever you refresh the site, what it does is it uses the same structure over and over again. But if you just close it off and restart the whole thing back on together, then it's going to read the data more better, and it's going to give you out the better result whenever you need it. Now we worked mostly on numbers. Now, what if you want to try to work with, let's say, specific keywords? You will also be able to do that very simply. First off, what you basically have to do is that we have the specific value A. Okay. Now, instead of A, you can also put in, let's say, D, and then I'm going to put in D name. Okay. D name, and instead of B, I'm going to put in O name. Okay. Now I'm going to put in any specific value. Now here I'm going to say Sam, and instead of this 2, I'm going to put in red. So there we go. We have Sam, and we also have red. Okay. So when we have these specific values, now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to change out this value over here. His name is, and I'm going to put in, like, curly braces or the third bracket 2 times. And inside this bracket, I'm going to put in, let's say, D name, which we have over there. We got this D name, and I'm going to add it up. Let's say I'm going to put in a plus over here, plus, and I'm going to put in double quotation here, space, plus, and then I'm going to put in O name. Okay, that's what I'm going to put there. And then I'm going to remove this expression because we're not going to be needing that anymore. And we're also going to be creating the span together. Okay, so I'm just going to put this same thing. Control C. And I'm just going to just put in, okay, let's just put in this one, Control C. And I'm going to paste this over here. His name is, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to close this off a bit more. There we go. We have the specific span value, and we're also going to be putting in ng bind over here. Ng bind is going to be equal to, let's just remove these because we're not going to be needing that. And first off, we have to put in D name. There we go. D name. And I'm going to put in, let's say, plus over here, and then put in single quotation only 1 time. And I'm going to add it up back again with, let's say, the O name. Okay. Make sure that both of them are the same. So when we have these values, what we want to do is we are going to save the file. And let's just close this off for now because we're not going to be needing that right now. So let's just open up the Explorer. So from here, let's just open up this, and there we go. We have that specific value on our view and onto our web. So you can see how easy it is to work with ngbind and also nginit at the same time. Now you'll also be able to create like multiple, let's say, summation or various numerical values or mathematical terms just like this. But I would suggest you most of the time try just using alphabetical values or maybe specific keywords, because when you're using this, like, that specific snippet and the text type, or let's say the ng app to be the snippet of text, it just reads out and also, analyzes the value of alphabetical or keywords a lot more better than numerical values. So hope you understood about everything in this class, and you can also see that I'm going to be adding each and every one of these files with my resource folder, so it will be easier for you to understand how I am using these command lines. So thank you for watching this video again, and if you still have any confusion or any question, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of AngularJS. Welcome to a new class of AngularJS. Well, in my previous classes, I've shown you everything or almost a lot of directives and a lot of commands of AngularJS. And also this class is going to be a bit related to my previous classes where I've talked about ng repeat and also showed you a bit of its example. But in this class, I'm going to be showing you the brief about ng repeat individually and also how you'll be able to apply it even though if you are a beginner and if you have no prior experience. And also if you are facing any issues, this is going to be the exact class that you need on how you'll be able to use ng repeat. But not just ng repeat, we are also going to be using a couple of scopes in this class and a couple of controllers, which is going to amplify and also going to make this, let's say, directive to be a lot more easier than the other classes which you will find online. So make sure not to skip any part, and let's get more into the brief of ng repeat. ng repeat is an AngularJS directive that allows you to dynamically generate a set of HTML elements based on an array or collection in your application. Here's a breakdown of how it works. Example, UL, or let's say an unordered list with the li or the list tag, and then inside of this list tag, you are going to be putting in the ng repeat, and then you have to define the, let's say, iteration or whatever keyword you prefer, and inside the expression of that listed order, or let's say an ordered list or ordered list, you just have to define the expression of what you've defined in the ng repeat, and then you are going to close off the ordered list tag. So let's just get more into the breakdown. So directive ng repeat tells AngularJS to repeat the HTML element for each item in the specified collection. And inside the collection in this example, items is an array defined in your AngularJS controller. It could look something like this, and we are also going to be using scopes. Iteration. For each item in the items array, a new listed order or a new list tag element is created. Data binding. The item name, or let's say the expression, is Angular's way of binding data. It receives or retrieves the name property of each item and displays it within the listed order or the list tag. So now let's get into the usage. It is ideal for lists, tables, or any repeated structure over and over again. But in this class, I'm going to be showing you the most easiest method. But if you want to create your own function, and if you want to make it more complex, so you don't have to worry, you will also be able to combine it with ng init, ng bind, or maybe ng show, ng hide, and so on. Well, this makes ng repeat powerful for creating dynamic UIs based on data models in AngularJS. It automatically updates when the underlying data changes due to Angular's two-way data binding being available and being possible. And you can also make sure to put in a couple of functions in such a way so that you will be also able to use, let's say, one-way or let's say one-time scopes. So now we know everything about ng repeat. So let's get into our class by opening up any IDE and let's just start on coding. So as you can see from my screen that I have opened up Atom. Now what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to name it ngrep.html. Okay, so this is going to be the file that I'm going to be using, and I'm going to type in HTML, and there we go. And inside, I'm going to customize it just a bit more so that it is a bit more easier for me to show it to you guys. Now, the first thing that we have to do is I'm going to be defining our ng app directly inside of my HTML tag. So inside of the HTML tag, I'm going to name it ng app. Okay, so ng app is going to be equal to a specific, let's say, key variable, or let's say a specific keyword. So I'm going to put in key w. Okay, so that is going to be my specific keyword, and we're going to start off the head tag. So inside the head tag, I'm going to create the title tag so that I can create a title inside of it. And inside that, I'm also going to be putting in ng repeat. So I'm going to put in ng repeat. There we go, ng repeat, and I'm going to put in ex. Okay, so that is going to be the exact example. And I'm going to close off the title. Okay, so that is going to be the title that I'm going to be using. There we go. So we have the title over here. So right after the title, what I'm going to be doing is that I'm going to be creating the snippet. Now, if you want to use the snippet, you just have to type in that script. Script is going to be the src is going to be equal. And then I'm going to go off to my browser. Now I'm going to go off to my browser and I'm going to create a new tab. And I'm going to go off to, or let's say I'm going to go off over here, AngularJS. I'm going to copy the CDN, Control C, and I'm going to create the snippet over here, double quotation, and paste it off. Now, after I pasted this off, I'm also going to be closing off the tag over here, and I'm also going to close off that slash, and I'm going to put in script. Okay, and you can also close it off with another script over here, or let's say the JavaScript text if you want to, but if you don't want to, that's also totally fine. And there we go. Okay, so there we go. We have that specific script applied. Okay, so as I have the script applied, now I'm just going to go off, close off the head tag. Okay, so I'm going to close off the head tag slash head. So my head tag, or let's say the head part, is completed. Now I'm going to start putting in my controller. But if I want to put in the controller, as I have already put the ng app inside my HTML, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put in this ng controller. Okay, so we have the ng controller, and my ng controller is going to be equal to, let's say, my CTRL. So this is going to be the exact name that I'm going to be using. And now I'm going to put in the tags. Okay, so I'm going to start off with the h1 tag, or let's say the h2 tag. So I'm just going to put this h2 tag. So here I'm going to put my list. So I'm going to put in ice cream list. ice cream list. Okay, so that is going to be the exact list that I'm going to put in. So I'm going to close off my h2 tag over here. There we go. Now I'm going to start off my ordered list. So I'm going to start off with ul, not an ordered list, but I can obviously put in an unordered list over here. Now, when you want to put in the ng repeat, so you have to start off with the listed tag. So after the li, I'm going to put in ng repeat. Okay, so ng repeat is going to be equal to whatever text or whatever fruit or whatever ice cream there is. So I'm going to put in ice cream, ice cream, in ice cream. You can also put that if you want to. So I'm just going to put in ice cream in ice creams. Okay. So there we go. We have ice cream in ice creams. I'm going to close off the tag and I'm going to put in the expression. And inside the expression, I'm going to say ice cream. Okay. And I'm also going to put this over here. So there we go. We have that over here. Now, as I have that, I'm going to close off the tag, or let's say the list tag over here. So I'm going to close this off /li. Okay. So /li. And I'm going to close it off /ul. So as I have the /ul, now I'm going to create another script for our module. So I'm going to type in script. There we go. So in this script, I'm going to put in the Angular .module. Okay. So this is the Angular module that we have. And now inside of this, I'm going to put in, let's say my, or I'm just going to put in whatever keyword we are using. So as I have key W, so I'm going to put in key W and then comma. And after the comma, I'm just going to put in the second bracket over here. Put a bit of space and then close off the parentheses. Now, in the next line, I'm going to start off with the dot controller. There we go. We have the dot controller. And inside, I'm going to put in the name of the controller, which is basically my CTRL. So I'm going to put in my CTRL over here. And after that, you can also try putting in singular quotation. That is also doable. So let's just try off the singular quotation. Okay, so after that singular quotation, I'm going to put in a comma and I'm going to put in the function. Okay, so there we go. We have the function and now we're going to be defining the scope. There we go. We have that scope over here. And obviously we have two of these parentheses. Obviously we're not going to be needing two, but you can also obviously check this one over here if where this is starting from. If it isn't starting from any specific part, then obviously you can try removing it, but I would suggest you try keeping it if you prefer. So I'm going to keep it like this with the specific scope. And after that, I'm going to put in the third bracket. And now inside of the third bracket, I'm going to put in my $scope. There we go. We have that specific scope dot, and then you have to put in whatever value you are using. So as we've used this instance over here, ice cream, so I'm going to put in ice creams. This one over here. So there we go. We have ice creams. Now instead, or let's say after ice creams, I'm going to put in an equal. Now these are going to be equal to specific values. So the secondary bracket, the first one I'm going to start off with chocolate. There we go. Chocolate, comma, single quotation. I'm going to put in vanilla. And after that, I'm going to put in like single quotation again. And the last one that I want to put is going to be red velvet. Okay, that is all I need to put. Close it off with this. And after that, you also want to close off each and every one of these values. So here you're going to start off, or let's say put in 2 third brackets to close it off. And you're going to just put in, let's say, I'm going to close off this value over here. And obviously you just need to close it off with this. Okay. And you can also start off putting in more scripts, or let's say end up the script of this one. So if you want to end up the script, you just have to go off to the same indentation level, which just looks a bit more better. So I'm just going to put in script. Okay. So that is all you need to put. Over here, you're also going to close off this one. There we go. Okay. So now you want to save up the file, and you can also start off working with different values if you want to, but I'm going to just open up this file right now. Okay. So we have ng-rep. So I'm just going to refresh up the site. You can see we have the ng-rep over here. So I'm going to be clicking on this one. So whenever this opens up, you'll basically see the listed order. Okay. So this is how it will look like. And if you see this one over here, you can just go off to Atom again and just remove one of this over here. Okay. Now you're just going to save up the file, go off to the site, refresh it. There we go. This is how it will look like. You can also like change any of these lists however you want. So in this case, if I want to use maybe like banana, here I'm going to put in cherry. And here I'm going to put in mint. So if I just save up the file, go off to the site, refresh it, you can see each and every one of these values have changed. Now, one thing you can try doing or like change in here are that you can like take these scripts inside of the head tag right after script. But I would suggest you can try using the script in the body too, because it just kind of helps me a bit more, and I just like feel it's more flexible if you put it inside of the body, because it can read out the commands first, and the web page which you are already creating, the HTML tags fill up those parts so that the HTML or the website or the web page is already created on your web. So it is very easy to represent your data when you are using the scripts and also the module and controller and defining your scope inside of the body. Now, even like whenever you try to like, let's say, define it or represent the values inside of your web or inside of the body, you don't even have to do it, because you are directly, you are just representing those data as commands. So if I just go off to the side and if I just go off to inspect, it might seem a bit more complicated than my previous classes, but one thing you will check is that whenever you are using these, it will already detect up the parts which are being used, and also using specific classes with ng binding and also the ng scopes. Okay, so whenever you see these, you will already understand that each and every one of these commands are working properly. Now, what if you want to use like specific numerical values? Now, in a couple of cases, what happens is that even if you don't want to or let's say if you want to use numerical values, you can just type in the exact number. Let's say we have 2. Now, we're just going to try it out just in case, because in some modules, it does not work properly. So what you basically have to do is you have to save up the file again, go off of the site and refresh it. Now, whenever you refresh the site, you will basically see that the numerical values are already being represented inside of your web. Okay, so this is basically how simple it is. Now, in some cases, you might also think that you want to multiply. So if you want to try out these values, so if I just put in 4 into 2, and if I save up the file, go off of the site, refresh it, you can still see that the mathematical terms or whatever values you are trying to work with will also be analyzed, and also it can detect up what you want as a result. So if I just go off over here and if I just put in, let's say 24 slash, let's say 12. Okay, so if I just save up the file, go off to my site, refresh it, you can now see that we don't have any values right now, and it is showing me an error. So we do not basically want that, so I'm just going to close it off. But you can try out using plus over here, and you're going to put in the specific value just like this, and you can just start like put in the save. And in some modules it does not work, but in also some cases it does. So if you are using the newest module or the CDN of, let's say, AngularJS, it will work properly, just like you can see. And we also have to check which version we are using. So the version we are using right now is 1.8.2, which is basically up to date right now. Okay, so now you know how you'll be able to put up these values. You will also be able to put up like multiple values or multiple, let's say, alphabets. You can also add that up in specific cases. Like if I just put in single quotation over here, and if I just put in, let's say, hello, and if I just add it up with another one, let's say here, I'm going to be putting in hello there. Okay, so if I just save up the file, go off to the side, refresh it, now you can see we have hello there. Now, one thing what we have to do over here to create the space is going to be a double quotation or the single quotation over here. Okay, so if I just save up the file, we're going to go off to the side, refresh it, and you can still see we are having this error. So if we have this error over here, just put another plus, save up, go off to the side, refresh it. Now we can still see we have this, it's just concatenated together. So we just have to put in double quotation, and we're just going to put in a bit of space over here. Oh, let's say we're just going to put in the space in between it. Save, refresh, and there we go. We have the list. We also have the space. So hope you understood about everything in this class on how you'll be able to use ng repeat simply just by using HTML without any JavaScript file or without any specific resource. So if you still have any confusion, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. And another thing that you have to keep in mind is that make sure to practice along right after watching the videos so that you can progress with work, and also you can make your own functions and also create more strings just by using these basic command lines and also directives. So thank you for watching this video again. And without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of AngularJS. Welcome to another class of AngularJS. Well, in my previous classes, I've shown you everything or almost a lot of ng filters or ng directives. So in this class, we're going to learn something a bit more different. So in this class, we're going to cover everything starting from the brief, then to the practical, and also about the explanation, all you need to know about filters. So if you have no idea what filters are in AngularJS or HTML, you don't have to worry because I'm going to cover and guide you through the whole process. So let's get more into the brief about AngularJS filters. AngularJS filters are a powerful feature that allow developers to format data in the view layer of an AngularJS application or the ng app. They can be used in templates, controllers, and directives to manipulate the presentation of data without changing the underlying data model. The purposes of AngularJS filters are given below. Data formatting. Filters can format data for display, such as converting dates, numbers, or currencies to a user-friendly format. Searching and filtering. They can filter arrays and collections based on specific criteria, allowing users to search for and display relevant data. Transformation. Filters can transform data such as changing case, such as uppercase or lowercase, or applying custom transformation. Localization. They support localization by formatting data according to specific cultural standards. Advantages of AngularJS filters. Reusability. Filters can be reused throughout the application, promoting consistency and reducing code duplication. Simplicity. Using filters in templates keep the code clean and easy to read, separating concerns between the data and its presentation. Built-in filters. AngularJS provides several built-in filters, in example, currency, date, filter, uppercase, etc., that cover common formatting needs. Custom filters. Developers can create custom filters tailored to specified or specific application requirements, enhancing flexibility. Performance. Filters are optimized for performance and can be applied to large datasets without significant impact on the application's speed. Summary. AngularJS filters are a versatile feature that improves data presentation and manipulation in the application. So now you can understand that when you use filters, you'll be able to create your application or your web application a bit more interactive. By allowing for reusable, customizable, and efficient data formatting, they play a crucial role in building dynamic, user-friendly interfaces. Their ability to streamline both development and maintenance make them a valuable asset in any AngularJS project. So now that you know about the brief about AngularJS filters, so now we can get more into the practical part. Now, another thing that I would suggest, or which I've been suggesting in most classes, is make sure not to skip any class or any part of these classes, because one is going to amplify the other classes. Okay, so it will be easier for you to progress better and understand more and more into the project or into the course if you understand every part of these classes. Because later on, we are also going to be intertwining each and every one of these command lines, and we might also be using multiple directives, multiple commands, and multiple snippets to create our application. So without any further ado, let's open up any IDE which we have on our device. So as you can see from my screen, I have opened up Atom. Now, as we have already opened up Atom, now we're going to be starting from scratch again, because in this class, we are going to be, using the filters of AngularJS. Well, in my previous class, I've shown you about how you'll be able to use ng-repeat. So in ng-repeat, what we did most of the time, even if we go off over here, we took specific variables, specific data, and we can also see that this is also over here. We can see all of these datas are over here. Okay, so we're going to be using something related to it, because we are going to be taking specific variables or specific parts, or let's say a specific listed order inside of our, let's say, web, just like this one. But we're going to be using the filter so that we can filter out certain data too, and we also can make the application a bit more interactive. So if we want to make it more interactive, first off, we're going to be starting off with the HTML tags. So first thing that I'm going to do over here, I'm going to go off to Atom, and I'm going to click on this new file. Now, let's say I'm going to type in filter.html. That is going to be the name of the file. Okay, so as that is the name of the file, now let's open up the HTML tag. Okay, so there we go. We have the HTML. Now we're going to be keeping all of these the same. Now we can also see the meta char set UTF-8. Now in here, I'm going to set up a title. So I'm going to put in AngularJS filters. Okay, so that is going to be it, or that is going to be the title of, let's say, our file. Now, the next thing that we want to do is that create a snippet. So I'm going to create script script is going to be equal, which you can see over here. Obviously put in src so that we can get out the source, go off to the web, AngularJS website, download AngularJS, copy that, and just paste it in the double quotation. So basically we are done with this part over here. And we also want to put in slash script. There we go. And close off the tag. Now, what we can also do is that we can also define the script again with the text JavaScript. Okay. So I'm going to put in text type is going to be text slash JavaScript. Okay. So that is basically what you need to put over here. And we are obviously going to be closing this off. So I'm just going to take this onto that line over there. So it's going to be easier for me to create more space. There we go. We have the head tag now. Now, as we have the ending head tag, we're going to be keeping this over here. So it will be easier for me to understand. Now, after the head tag, I'm going to create a bit more space on the body. Now, inside the body, you want to define, let's say, your specific controller. Okay. Now, another thing that you can check over here is that we did not define the application yet. So if you want to define the application, what we can do is we can remove this directory over here. We can keep the language English if you want to. You can also change the language whenever you want to. And we're going to be defining my ng app in my HTML again, just like I did in my previous class. So here ng app is going to be called my appl. Okay, so that is going to be the name of my application. Okay, so as we have my application over here, we're going to go off to the body. So inside the body, I'm going to put in ng. I'm going to put in controller. Okay, so my ng controller has been defined. So I'm going to put in ng controller equals to the main controller. Okay, that is going to be it, the main specific controller. And now you are going to define whatever you want inside of this body. So I'm going to create a bit more space so that it is easier for me to see. I'm going to put in h2 over here. And in h2, I'm going to say that these are the objects. Okay. Or let's say valuables. Okay. There we go. And I'm going to close off the h2 tag slash h2 and close it off. Now you're going to start putting in the input value, which is going to basically help you to, input more data, and you can define that input value. Okay. Now, another thing that you will check is that sometimes when you are doing or putting the input value or the input tag, there is no ending of that input tag. So let's just do something like over here. Okay. So what I'm going to do over here is that I'm going to just type in that value. Let's say in the h2 over here, I'm going to put in the open tag input. Okay. Input type. There we go. We have the specific input type. It's going to be equal to, let's say, double quotation. And obviously it's going to be specifical text, right? Because we are using specific text. So I'm going to type in type is text. There we go. And then you're going to put in the ng model, which is very important. So I'm going to put in ng model over here, and ng model is equal to, let's say, the search item. So I'm going to put in search item. Okay, I'm just going to name it search item, but you can put whatever you want. Now I'm going to put in placeholder. Placeholder, you can see it already detected. It is a function. Now here I'm going to put in, let's say, inside of the parentheses or inside of the quotation, which we see over here, I'm going to put in search objects. Okay, so there we go. We have the search objects. Now I'm going to close off the tag. And inside you want to, or let's say, define the listed order. Okay, so I'm going to start off with the ul tag over here. And obviously after that, I'm going to put in the li. And obviously when you use ng repeat, what you do is put the ng repeat inside of the listed tag. So I'm going to put in ng repeat. Ng repeat is going to be equal, open up the parentheses or open up the quotation. And I'm going to put in object in objects. That is going to be easier for me when I am creating my Angular module. So object in objects. And obviously you're going to put in, let's say, a line or whatever you prefer. So after that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to put in, let's say, filter. And then I'm going to put in search item. Okay. There we go. Search the item, just like we did over there. Okay. So make sure to keep that thing in mind and make sure that both of them are the same. So I'm just going to keep it small over here. Search item. Okay. That's all you need to do. And what you want to do is that you want to close off this tag or close off this over here. And what you can do is also put this over here if you want to, but if you don't want to, that's also totally fine. So I'm going to close this off over here. So after that, we have created the listed tag and we also applied the ng repeat. So the next thing that I want to do is that I want to put in the expression. So the expression that I want to put is going to be the name of the object. So I'm going to put in object dot name. Okay, so object name minus or dash expression again, and I'm going to put in object dot price. And obviously you can put in an L over here if you want to. You can also put in the, the line. So I'm just going to put this L over here, or I'm just going to keep it like this, and I'm going to put in currency. There we go. We have the specific currency, which we are working with. So object price, I'm just going to close this off. There we go. Object in objects, filter search item, object dot price. And also we have the currency. And then we are going to close off the list tag /li. Okay. Now, as we have that, we're also going to be closing off the ul tag. Now we can try saving this up on our file, and we can open up the file over here. As we have filter, you can see over here, and it is also basically the same over here. So we can just obviously go back over there and open it up. But let's just go off to our file and let's just open up the filter. You can see now we have this search objects where we will be able to input our data and search for it. But we can still see there is no list, and it is also showing me this error. So if I want to fix that up, I have to do a couple of things. Okay. So I'm going to be, like showing it to you and guiding through the whole process. Okay. So you don't have to worry about it. So let's go back to Atom again, as we are done with the listed order over here, which you can see already over there. So what I want to do is I'm going to create the script first. Okay, so after ul, I'm going to create a bit more space and I'm going to create the script here. So I'm going to type in script. So this is basically going to be, let's say, the secondary, let's say, snippet and the Angular module. So script is going to be Angular dot module over here. Open up the parentheses and I'm going to define my application. So my application's name is my APPL. Okay. And now after that, I'm going to put in a comma, open up the second bracket, and you are good to go. Now in the next line, I'm going to define my controller. So I'm going to put in dot controller, open up the parentheses, and inside you want to define that specific controller, which is main controller over here. Okay. So here I'm going to type in main controller. Okay. So after main controller, I'm going to put in a comma. And after that, I'm going to put in function, open up the parentheses, and I'm going to put in $scope. Okay. So as we have $scope over here, you can also see that we have another parentheses, which we don't basically need. So after that parentheses, open up the curly braces or the third bracket and define your scope value, or let's say the scope variable. So I'm going to type in scope dot object, which we did use in most of these cases, which we already see object. So I'm going to put in object over here. So let's just put in the value over here after the object. So let's just define it. So I'm going to put in equal. And then as I'm going to define it in a more specific way, so I'm just going to start creating, more of these spaces. So I'm going to start off with the first one. Let's say I'm going to put in name. Okay, you can also put in, let's say, object name if you want to, but I'm just going to put in name just in case. So name is going to be in singular like quotation. And here I'm going to put in the name of the object. So the first object name that I'm going to be using over here is going to be, let's say, apple. Okay, let's say the apple, comma, price, then put in the colon, and here the price is 1,000. Okay, so that is the exact price that I want. And after that, I'm going to put in a comma. We're going to do the same thing over here a couple of times. So open up the third bracket, name, and the next one is going to be Samsung, comma. Let's say I'm going to put in the specific price range. Now this one's price is going to be $999. There we go. That's all we need. Comma, third bracket again, name. And this one I'm going to put in, let's say, Huawei. I'm going to put in comma. The price is going to be defined as, let's say, 800, comma. And I'm going to just create another list. So the name is going to be, let's say, OnePlus. Okay, comma, price, and then this one is going to cost me 900. Okay, so basically we are done on that part, and obviously we're going to close this off too over here, and we also have to close off certain parts in here. As you can see over there, we're going to just close it off with a bracket, parentheses over here, and you're going to put in this colon. Okay, so that's basically all you need to do. So after you have done that, what you're going to basically do is just close off the script /script. That's all you basically need to do. Okay, so basically we have the whole thing applied. Now what you want to do is you want to save up this file. Now when you save up this file and if you refresh the site, you can still see that we have still no values yet. But what we want to do is we want to define the function. So as we have already defined the function, we have changed the snippet. So what we basically have to do is that we can try just refreshing, removing this window and starting off fresh. So we want to go off like, just removing this file. Let's just close off this and let's just go off to our, let's say, atom again. And we are going to save up this file and we're going to open it up from the Explorer. So as we are on Explorer, now we can open it up from here. So if we just open this up again from this file, so let's just open this up filter. It's going to refresh it up. And when you just see this, this is how it will look like. Now, another thing that you want to check most of the time is that when you are defining this, make sure to put in this barrier. It will be easier for you to, just differentiate it. Okay. So there we go. Corrected OnePlus to OnePlus. You can see it's also going to give you out a couple of different changes over here. And you can also obviously, close it off like however you prefer. Okay. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end and hope you understood about everything. Now, the last thing that I'm going to explain is going to be the explanation which we have and what directives we are using over here in these command lines. So first off, we have the ng app, which declares the root of the AngularJS application inside of this whole thing. So as we have this my appl, and also we have this ng app over here, which is defining the root. Then we have the ng controller, which we see over here. It binds the mainstream controller, or let's say we have main controller over here, to the body element, okay? And then we have the ng module, which is basically a two-way data binding with the input fields of the search item. So if we go off to the site and if we want to search for anything, let's say I want to search for Apple, it's going to search up that data. Now, even if we want to change up any of these variables over here, instead of Apple, I want to put in Redmi. If I just save up the file, go off to the site, refresh it, you can see now it has turned into Redmi. So I'll be able to search for Huawei, just like this. And even if I want to search up for dollars or the values, I'm just going to put in this, but it's not going to be able to search for that specific value because you can see we have to put in 1 comma, but it is still going to define or find out the first value of each and every one of these values. Okay. So if we just go off over there, we want to change anything, we can do that anytime we want. So just in case, maybe if I want to change each and every one of these values into, let's say, name of vegetables. So if I put in potato, if I just change this into, let's say, I'm just going to put in tomato. If I just go off to the site and if I still refresh it, you can still see there is no change. So what we have to do basically here is save up the file, go off to the site, refresh it, and now it will change. Okay. So this is basically how it will be able, or you'll be able to customize. Now, the next thing that we have over here is the ng repeat, which we had our previous class on, which iterates over the product array, or let's say the object array, filtering the list based on the search item, okay, which we have over here. And then we have the specific filter. So this specific filter, which we are using, and this filter search item, which we have over here, this built-in filter checks if the object name contains the search item, making it easy to filter the list dynamically. And then we obviously have the currency, which is another built-in filter that formats the price as the currency. So we can see when we put in currency over here, it just specifically gives out this $sign over here. So we don't basically have to put any $sign over in these values. So now you know everything about filters and how you'll be able to use them. You'll also be able to change out a lot of things over here. You will be able to create multiple, or let's say your own type of filters and your own type of application to search up the values. Now, if I want to just create another value over here, I just have to basically put in the curly braces, type in name, this one over here, single quotation. And if I just want to put in, let's say, maybe I'm just going to put in, let's say, Poco. Put in comma. If I just put in the price over here, and if I put in, let's say, 500, there we go. So if we just put in that value, if we just save up the file, so we're basically good to go. If we just refresh it, there we go. It's just going to add up into our listed order. So thank you for watching this video again, and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of these lessons, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of AngularJS. Welcome back to a new class of AngularJS. Well, in my previous classes, I've shown you a couple of directives that we use to view, or let's say represent, our data inside of the app. So in this class, I'm going to be giving out everything that you need to know about the ng include. So the ng include is also a directive of AngularJS. So before getting into our practical parts of, let's say, applying or visualizing your data in the web application, let's learn a bit about what ng include is, its purposes, and also its advantages, and also the cons. So in AngularJS, the ng include directive allows you to include an external HTML file, or let's say a template, into your main view. It dynamically inserts the content of the specified file at the location where ng-include is used, enabling code reuse and modularization of your application's structure. Purpose of ng-include in AngularJS: to dynamically load and incorporate external HTML files or templates into the main view is the core function of ng-include. By enabling developers to divide big templates into smaller, more manageable components, it encourages modularity and code reuse. So let's check out the advantages of ng-include. Code reusability. This prevents code duplication by enabling you to reuse templates in other application sections. Modularity. It enhances code organization and maintainability by dissecting intricate views into smaller, more manageable parts. Separation of concerns. It maintains a clean view structure by keeping dynamic views and also static content apart. Lazy loading. If utilized properly, templates are only fetched when required, which could enhance initial load performance, and it also depends on your device at the same time. Flexibility. Depending on the application state or scope variables, templates can be loaded dynamically too. But we don't want our lessons or classes to be that complex, so I'm going to be showing you the most basic way and the easiest way of how you'll be able to use multiple templates using multiple, let's say, files. Now, let's check out the cons of using ng-include. First off is performance overhead, because loading templates require numerous HTTP requests. Frequent or superfluous use may cause performance problems. Complexity. If templates are highly nested, excessive use of ng-include may make the view structure harder to comprehend. Asynchronous behavior. The view may take longer to render since templates are loaded asynchronously, particularly when the network is slow. Caching problem. Occasionally, templates might not be cached efficiently, necessitating manual caching techniques or resulting in repetitive queries. So another thing that I have to show you, or another thing that you want to do different in this class, is that you basically have to use a different IDE where you'll be able to use a live port. So for this class, I'm going to be using Visual Studio Code because it will allow us to use multiple extensions, which is going to allow us to use the ng-include and also reduce the performance overhead and to get the best result the easiest as possible. So without any further ado, let's move into our class by opening up Visual Studio Code. And even if you want to use any other IDE such as Sublime Text, C++, you can also try it on. But if you want to make it more easier and to get the best result and let's say the fastest method, which is going to be very effective, just try using Visual Studio Code. So let's open up Visual Studio Code on our device and make sure not to skip any part, because if you do, you might miss out on something very important. So from my screen, you can see that I have opened up Visual Studio Code. Now, if you still don't know where to get it from, you can just go off on any website or let's say any web browser and just search for download Visual Studio Code. And in a couple of devices, it's going to be there integrated. So the first thing that we need to do over here is that we need a specific folder. And I would suggest to you that make sure to put every, let's say, the files which you are using, or let's say how you want to visualize or create the web page to be in single folder. So what you want to do is just click on File and click on Open Folder. Now, when you click on open folder, we can see I have this new folder, which basically doesn't have anything. I'm just going to click on select folder. So when I have selected the folder, what I want to do first is that in this class, we're going to be needing 3 separate files. One is going to be Java, and the other 2 is going to be the HTML file. So let's start off with the HTML file, which we are going to be defining inside of, let's say, my website. And another thing that you want to do while you are working on Visual Studio Code to actually view or let's say represent your data just by using, let's say, ng, or we can also say we are going to be using this ng include in this class. So what I'm going to do first is that we're going to create a file over here. Just click on this and you're going to type in, let's say, I'm going to type in head.html. Okay, that is going to be the first file. Now in this first file, how I want to customize it is going to be a bit different than my previous classes. So in this class, we're not going to be putting any, let's say, other stuff except for the deviation tag, or let's say the div tag. So I'm just going to start off with the div over here. There we go. We have the div tag opened up. So I'm going to start off with the h2 so that I can define my variable, or let's say define my data. So here I'm going to say this is my website. Okay, so that is going to be the first line. And in the second line that I want to do is I'm going to put in the paragraph text, or let's say the paragraph tag. And this is going to be, this is dynamically designed. Okay, so that is what you want to put over here. And obviously you're going to save up the file and then basically you are good to go. Now let's just go off the new folder again. And here I'm going to create another file. Now we're going to be creating a whole structure of the web. So it's going to take a bit of time and we're also going to be starting from scratch. So first thing that I want to do is I'm going to name up the file. Let's say I'm going to name it index.html. So in the index.html, I'm going to start off with the HTML tag, close it off. And here I want to put in the head tag. Okay, so inside the head, what you want to put is that you want to put in your title. So we can either put the title if you want to. If you don't want to, that's also totally fine. So the name of the title, which I'm going to put, is going to be ng include. Okay, so that is all that we need to put over here. And then what we need to put is going to be the snippet. So when you want to put in the snippet, just type in script. There we go. And our snippet is going to be created. And inside the script, I'm going to put in src is going to be equal to a specific variable. So the next thing that you want to do is open up any browser. So let's just open up this browser over here. You can use Chrome, Mozilla, whichever one you want. Now inside of the search bar, what you want to search for is going to be download AngularJS. Hit on enter. And I'm going to open up the first site, which I've done in my previous classes too. Click on download AngularJS. Now copy this CDN over here. Just press on Control C. Go off the Visual Studio Code and paste it inside of the source. Now, as we have this inside of the source, now what we want to do over here is that I'm going to create another snippet. But inside that snippet, I'm just going to define what kind of snippet am I going to use as that specific source. So I'm going to hit on enter. I'm going to type in script, close off the tag. And here I'm going to put in, let's say, src is going to be equal to, let's say, app.js. Okay, so that's basically all you need to put over here and close off the script. So we are done on this, the snippet. Now what we have to do is we're going to go off after the head tag. Okay, so after the head tag, we're going to be defining the body. So I'm going to type in body, close off the tag, and there we go. Now, inside of the body, I'm going to put in ng controller. Okay, So in the ng controller, I'm going to type in equal. I'm going to put in main controller. That is going to be the specific name. So after the main controller, I'm going to be putting in more variables. But before that, or let's say inside of the body, I'm going to define my ng include. So I'm going to start off with div tag. And inside the div tag, you are going to be putting in ng include. Okay. So the ng include is going to be equal to a specific variable. So here, the ng include is going to be equal. Obviously, open up the second, like two quotation, or let's say double quotation, and obviously put in the single quotation at the same time. So inside of this like single quotation, you're going to define the name of this head.html. So I'm going to type in head.html as that specific source, because we are going to be needing that specific variable, or let's say that specific data, to be visualized inside of the web 2. So after you are done, now what you want to do is you can try opening this up. So if you want to do that, just save up the file, and you can obviously try opening it up on the web browser. Okay, so we're going to go off to the file where we have this over here. Let's just open up the file. There we go. Now let's just open up the index.html. And if you refresh it, we can still see there is no specific value, because the module that we are using is still not defined. So we also have to define it in another specific file, which is going to be the JavaScript file. Okay, so I'm going to just minimize this for now, and let's just go off to the site, or let's say I'm just going to go off to, let's say, just the index.html file right now. Now, first thing that we want to do over here, as we already have the body closed, I'm just going to type on this over here. And the next thing that I want to include over here is going to be the app. Okay, so I'm going to put in app.js, because we are also defining the same text over here. Okay, so I'm going to like create a specific variable, which we are seeing over here. So to create that, I'm going to type in var app is going to be equal to angular.module. Okay, so we have defined the module, open up the parentheses, and here single quotation, and inside that I'm going to put in ng include app. Okay, so that's all you need to do. And after that, you want to create your own function. So secondary brackets and close it off. Okay, so after that, you want to define your controller. So I'm going to put in app.controller. There we go. And open up the parentheses. And here you want to define your controller. So I'm going to put in main controller. Okay. So as we have the main controller, we're going to define another controller as the child scope. So here I'm going to put in function. So after the function, open up the parentheses again, parentheses opened, and $scope. Okay, that's all you need to do. And after that, you want to open up the third bracket and open this up again. Okay, and right after that, you want to close it off. That's basically all you need to do. And you want to save up the file. And if you go off to the site and refresh it, you can still see that we still don't have any specific value. But if you want to make sure that these values are, there, so I'm going to save up each and every one of these files, which you can see over here. Save up this file, go up to the browser and refresh it. Or if it doesn't still open up, I would just suggest you to close it off and try to open this up back from here. And if it still doesn't give you up any data, you don't have to worry, because I'm going to guide you through the whole process, like again and again. Now, the next thing that you want to do is that go off of the extensions of Visual Studio Code and just search for this live server. Now, when you search for this live server, as I already have it installed, you'll basically find an install button over here. Install it on your device. It's just going to take a bit of time, and make sure that you have stable internet connection. Now, the next thing, what you have to do is just close this off, go to index.html, or whichever one or whichever file you are using to, let's say, create your HTML file and also include all of the controllers, just make sure to go live. So whenever you have this live server installed, you'll basically find this option at this corner. Click on this go live and it will start off the port. Okay, so I'm just going to close this off for now. And there we go. We have this live port opened. Now, after this div tag, which we have over here, we're going to define a lot more of these values, or let's say another div tag. So I'm going to put in div again, close this off. And inside this div tag, I'm going to put in a paragraph tag. So I'm going to put in p, close this off, and I'm going to put in this is the front page. Okay, that's basically all you need to put. And now the next thing what you want to do is save up this file. Go to the browser and refresh it. Now you can see that the first data, or let's say the first text which we have put inside of the HTML tag is only being, let's say, delivered, or let's say just being shown. But what about this one, which we have the div tag and also the include tag over here? So when we basically are working with this, include tag, we have to make sure that the head.html file is working properly. So make sure to customize it just the way I showed to you. Now, if there are a couple of things that are not working properly, then obviously I would just suggest you just refresh the site and make sure that this is working properly. Another thing is that before customizing, or let's say, refreshing the whole thing, what you want to do is close off the port again. There we go. The server is now offline. And what you want to do is go off to index.html, go off to the folders. If you see the option of going live or open with live server, just click on this. It's going to open up the port, and there we go. You can see this is my website. This is dynamically designed, and this is the front page. So if we just go off over here and we can change up the values, let's say instead of front page, this is the web page. Okay, so if we save up the file, go off to the browser, refresh it, and you can see this is the web page. Now, another thing that we can do is we can add h1 tags to these ones too. And we can obviously put in more commands and customize my browser. Okay, there we go. We have both of these. So I'm going to close one of these over here. Let's go off to our IDE. And instead of P, I can also put in the H1 over here. So if I put in H1, I'm just going to cut this, Control X, Control V, save up the file, go off to the site, and there we go. This has increased in sight. Okay. So basically, this is how you'll be able to use ng include in AngularJS. And it's also going to be very simple if you just follow up through a couple of steps. And if you still have any confusion or any question, even after these classes, or even after watching this, and if you check out that after even trying out and putting out these commands, it is not working properly, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out and guide you through the whole process. So thank you for watching these videos up till the very end. And basically, you don't have to worry about these command lines because I'm going to be adding each and every one of these files inside of my resource folder so that you'll be able to use them whenever you want to. And you can also check out the commands of what I am using and also what steps I'm using or what problems are you facing to fix out or find out the solution. So thank you again for watching this video. And without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of AngularJS. Welcome to a new class of AngularJS. Well, in my previous classes, I've shown you about a lot of directives. So I'm going to be showing you in this class of how you'll be able to create an interactive form and also how you'll be able to input your data inside of the form. So in this class, we're going to cover everything that you need to know about AngularJS forms and also the usage of ng model. Well, in this class, we're going to have three separate sections. And in this class, or let's say this class is going to be, let's say, separated into two parts, because there's going to be a lot of like coding in this class, which we're going to be needing to do. And we're also going to be first off, like creating our structure, or let's say we're going to be first off creating the format of our web page, and then we're going to make it interactive. But if you prefer it to be more simple, then I would also show you and guide it to you through the whole process. And after the class is done, I would just suggest you get on your IDE and practice it on your own. So before getting into our practical class, we have to learn a bit about the forms, or let's say AngularJS forms, and also the ng model. AngularJS directives called ng model creates a link between form elements and application data, which is basically the model. By allowing two-way data binding, it guarantees that modifications to the form components automatically update the model, and that modifications to the model automatically updates the display. So when we say that ng model is being used, you are applying two-way data binding. So in that case, even if you create the structure of your web page on any IDE, you can visualize that data on your web. But what happens in one-way binding is that even after displaying that data inside of the web, you cannot customize it via web. You basically have to go back into the IDE and then you have to customize it. But in this case of two-way data binding, what you can do is also apply or customize the visualized data directly from the web through the interactive phases. Now, ng model's objectives. First off, we have to keep in mind whenever we are using ng model, two-way data binding is possible. It brings the application model and user interface into sync. For instance, the model data is automatically updated when a user enters data in an input field and vice versa. So even if you enter a data inside of the web app, you will get the data visualized on the web. Even if you just add your data inside of the IDE via commands or let's say coding, it will also represent the data inside of the web. So it is kind of like both ways, which makes it kind of dynamic. Form control. It gives you access to the status of the form control, such as validity, filthy, pristine, touched, etc. So you may manage form submission or provide the error message. Now let's check out the benefits of the ng model. Real-time updates. In my previous class, I've shown you how you'll be able to use directive using Visual Studio Code and how you'll be able to go live through that, because a couple of the directives of AngularJS do not work without live port. So this model also automatically updates as the user modifies the input, and you don't need any live port for that. Form control state. It makes error handling and validation easier by enabling developers to quickly monitor the status of form inputs, such as ng-dirty or ng-valid. Customizable validation. To construct dynamic validation processes, you can design custom validators and include them with the ng model in the command. The drawbacks of ng model. Performance overhead. Because the digest cycle is frequently triggered by changes in the view or model, two-way data binding may have an effect on performance in big systems with many bound items. So what happens, or let's say the drawback of ng model, is that if you create a whole structure of the application, or let's say the web application with a lot of bound items, it might make the process very complex. So if you want to make, let's say, a very simple web app, or let's say a web page then I would suggest you use ng model. But if you keep on practicing, obviously you'll be able to create or interrelate it with other directives to make your, let's say, web app to be a lot more interactive and also professional at the same time. Complexity. ng model may make it more difficult to manage the logic form, or let's say logic and validation in complex forms with several nested items. Deprecated in Angular, such as post-AngularJS. The most recent version of Angular switched to more performance-friendly techniques like reactive forms, eschewing the heavy reliance on two-way data binding. Now let's check out the benefits of AngularJS forms. Two-way data binding. This eliminates the boilerplate code for managing input updates by automatically synchronizing forms with the specific model. Validation made easy. With integrated validators needed minimum length, or let's say min length, etc., or even max length, etc. And error handling, AngularJS simplifies validation. Error stakes. It makes the command simpler to control form behavior by providing states like $valid, $invalid, or $pristine, and also $dirty. Well, up till now, we only used scope. So these are also kind of like directives which you'll be able to use. Custom validation. With AngularJS, developers may create unique validation rules that work well with forms. Modularity. By enabling modular form control using directives like ng model and ng form, repetition is decreased. Performance problems with AngularJS forms are a drawback. Now let's check out the points why those are a drawback. Performance bottlenecks may result from two-way data binding, particularly when handling a high volume of form inputs. Learning curve. The directive-based form structure and custom validation may be different for developers who are unfamiliar with AngularJS to grasp at first. Complexity in large forms. The digest cycle, error handling, and validation complexities of AngularJS can make managing the state of large forms challenging. Forms created with AngularJS are closely linked to the framework, which makes it challenging to reuse them in non-Angular settings or when moving to Angular, or let's say post-AngularJS. In conclusion, ng model and AngularJS forms offer strong tools for creating dynamic, responsive forms that include error handling, validation, and real-time data binding. In larger systems, nevertheless, the employment, or let's say their employment, may result in complexity and also performance issues. So now you know the brief about the ng model and AngularJS forms. So in this class, we're going to be using Atom because we do not need a live port, and make sure not to skip any part of these classes because each part is going to be very important. And as I'm going to be creating a large file, or let's say a large command string, then I would suggest you please make sure to keep your attention. And obviously you don't have to worry because I'm also going to be adding the file, or let's say the scripted file, inside of my resource folder, so you can check it out anytime you want. And obviously I would just suggest you try practicing on your own from scratch because it's going to help you a lot more to understand it better and also reuse it in later purpose. So without any further ado, let's open up Atom on our device. So as you can see from my screen, I have opened up Atom on my device. Now, the first thing that I want to do over here is I'm going to create a new file. Now, the name of the file which I want to keep it is going to be form.html. Okay, so here I'm going to start off putting in my HTML. There we go. So we have this over here. Now I'm going to start off customizing my HTML. Now, instead of these, what I want to do instead of dir directory, which we already have over here, I'm just going to define it as ng app. Okay. So I have defined my ng app and I'm going to call my app my app. Okay. So that is exactly what I want to put over here. Exactly that. Now, after that, what I want to do is I'm going to have this meta over here, even though this is like totally optional. Okay. Now, another meta that you can create is basically the viewport, but that is also totally optional. Inside the title, I'm going to name it AngularJS, and I'm going to call it form. Okay. So AngularJS form. Now, inside of this over here, or let's say right after the title, I'm going to put in my snippet. So open up the script tag. There we go. Script src is equal. And I can obviously put it like this, but obviously we don't want the same thing. Okay. So what I'm going to do over here is that I'm going to close this off and put in double quotation back again. Now, instead of this char set over here, I'm going to just cut this off. And now I'm going to open up any browser which I have, and I'm going to just copy the CDN. Now, if you don't want to go after the browser, obviously I have other files where I have been using the CDN, so I can just copy this. Control C. Okay, so I can just paste it over here. And obviously, if you want to get the most updated one, just search for AngularJS or download AngularJS. AngularJS. Hit on enter. There we go. This is the exact site. Download AngularJS. And obviously, you can just click on download if you want to. But obviously, if you click on download JS, you'll be able to copy this from here. And obviously, I have the same one working over here. So I'm going to close off the snippet. Now, after the snippet has been done, I'm going to create a specific style because I want my specific, let's say, data set, or let's say the data area or the data fields to say error if I don't have my specific files. But I'm going to create a couple of space just for now. Now, after this head over here, which you can see we have closed off the head, I want to start off my body tag. Now, inside the body tag, I'm going to create the ng controller. There we go. We have the ng controller. I'm going to close this filter off. So as we have the ng controller, I'm going to put in an equal. And after an equal, you want to define the controller. So here I'm going to put in fg, or let's say I'm just going to put in form controller. Okay. I'm just going to keep it small letter. Okay. So we have the form controller over here. Now I'm going to start off with the h2 tag. h2 over here. And here I want to say this is the form. Okay. So this is the form, and I'm going to close off the /h2 tag. There we go. We have done that. And now you want to create the form. Now, when you are creating the form, obviously there is an individual command line saying, or let's say named form. So I'm going to type in form. So whenever you want to create a form, you have to type in the tag form. And then you're going to name that specific form. So the name of the form that I'm going to be using is going to be called user form. Okay. And after that, you want to create a submit button. So ng submit. Okay. So ng submit is going to be equal to, let's say, name the variable. So I'm going to put it submit form. And after that, open up the parentheses. In the parentheses, you want the user form over here. Okay. So it's going to validate it with the scope. So here you're going to type in $valid. So it's going to validate that specific variable. And after the parentheses ended, you want to like no validate, or you want to put in the command no validate. Okay. So you can see no validate attributes local form. And obviously you want to close off the tag. So basically when you close off the tag, we are good to go. Now here, I'm going to be creating a couple of labels. Now this part is going to take a long time. So I would just suggest you make sure to give more attention to it. So start off with your own specific div tag. Now inside the div tag, I'm going to create my, let's say I'm just going to type in div. There we go. Now I'm not going to be defining my class, and I'm going to do everything inside of the div tag. Close the div tag, and there we go. Okay. So inside the div tag, I'm going to create a specific label. Label for. So for is going to be equal to email. Okay. Email, close off the tag, and obviously you want a specific, let's say, text to appear up inside of your web. And then I'm going to close off the slash label. Okay. Slash label. And then you want to put in an input tag because you want to input the variable, also input the data. Another thing that you can do is that I'm going to show you how you can just create these structures. So I'm going to create another div tag, div. There we go. Inside the div tag, you're going to create another label. Label. Now label is going to be for equal to, let's say, email. Okay, we already had the email done, so we can obviously like change this. Okay, so I'm just gonna put in, let's say, name first. Also, I'm gonna put in username, or you can also put in name, whichever one you prefer. Okay, so I just put in name, and the next one that I'm using is for email. So here I'm going to put in email inside of the tag. And here I want to put in name. So I'm going to put in email. There we go. So after the email, I'm also going to close off the label. Okay. So we have the label over here. I'm going to create a bit of space. I'm going to copy this up and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so as we have name, email, and now the last thing that we want is going to be password. So obviously for that, we're going to be creating a label for password. Okay, so here type in password. Okay, so password is going to be equal to password. There we go. So we have the password over here. So what I want to do over here is that I'm going to save up this file. Save. Now you want to go off to, let's say, the Explorer. So I'm going to open up Explorer, open up the form, and you can see that this is how it will look like. Okay, but still you can see that this is not interactive. So obviously we want to create this web page to be a bit more interactive. So first off, what we want to do is that we want a script where we are going to be creating specific variables. And after I have created that, what I'm going to be doing is going to be, let's say, I'm going to be making each and every one of these tables to work as a specific data input, let's say, array, or let's say an area. So let's go off to Atom again. So we have the div tag. Now, after the div tag has been done, now what I want to do is I'm going to create a button. So here I'm going to type in button over here. But before that, what you want to do is I'm going to copy up, or else I'm just going to close this off, Control X. Okay. Here I'm going to create another div tag, close this off, and inside the div tag, I'm going to put in the button. So the button is going to have a type. So the button type, what I'm going to say is going to have the command submit or admit, whichever one you prefer. So I'm going to put in submit in this case. And here you want to put in the ng disabled, because obviously we don't want our button to be enabled all of the time. So this ng disabled is going to have the invalid tag, or let's say the $invalid directive. So here ng disabled is going to be equal to user form dot $invalid. Okay, so $invalid. Now after that, you want to put in submit. Okay, now you want to close off the button tag. That's all you need to put over here. Okay, so as we have closed off our button, next thing that we want to do is we want to close off the div tag. There we go. We have created the div tag. Now, as we have created the div tag, we can obviously save up the file, go off to the browser, refresh it, and you can see now we have the submit button working properly. But you can see whenever I refresh it or whenever I click on this, it's refreshing on its own. So now we want to create more data over here because we are using two-way data binding. So that means I also want an array or an area where if I put any data in these values, it's going to appear over here. So to do that, first off, what I want to do is I'm going to go off to Atom. Now, another thing that I want to do over here, I'm going to close off this one so that it looks a bit more better, and it closes off this one. Refresh it. There we go. This is working a lot more better. Now, after the button has been created, now I'm going to be creating, let's say, the pre-tag, okay, where I'm going to be putting in my form data. So here I'm going to put in H3 or maybe H2, whichever one you prefer. So here I'm going to put in form. Okay, so form data, colon, and I'm going to close off this tag slash H2. Okay, now after that, I want to put in the pre tag. So open the pre tag and you want to put in an expression here. I'm going to put in user and obviously put in this L over here or I over here, which is basically going to help you after a while. Well, if you still can't find that symbol, obviously you can copy it up from anywhere. Okay, so I'm just going to put in JSON just in case. For now, I'm just going to keep it like this, and later on, I'm going to paste it right over here. Now I'm going to put in the slash pre, or I'm going to close off this pre tag. Now, after the pre tag has been created, I'm going to create my snippet for my variable for my Angular module. So I'm going to put in script. Okay, so the script is going to have the variables inside. So I'm going to put in var app equal to, let's say, Angular module. Okay, open up the parentheses and put in single quotation and make sure to check what name you are using as the ng app. So I'm going to put in my app. There we go. Now, after that, you want to create your own function. For that, put in a comma and secondary brackets open and close. And obviously, we are going to close this off with this symbol. Now, after that, you want to create the app controller. So I'm going to put app.controller. Okay, so app.controller, open up the parentheses, single quotation, form, and I'm going to put in controller. There we go. Form controller, put in a comma. I'm going to put in function. Okay, open up the parentheses and I'm going to put in $scope. Okay, so after $scope has been done, what I want to do is I'm going to close off one tag because we're not going to be needing both of them. Okay, but what you can also do is you can close off the tags like literally at the end. So you can open up the parentheses or the ending of the parentheses, hit on tab. Also, I'm going to hit on, let's say, just third brackets, and I'm going to create a space like this where I'm going to be defining everything. Okay, so inside of this, I'm going to put in the variables with the scope. Okay, scope.user. So scope.user is going to be equal to the variable or the value expression or whatever we put inside of our values. Okay, so put in a comma and I'm going to be creating more scopes. So I'm going to put in $scope. Okay, So this dollar scope is going to be my button. So I'm going to put in submit form. Okay. So dollar submit form is going to be equal to function. There we go. Function. And I want to validate it. So for this instance, I want to use is valid. Okay. So as we have this is valid, what I want to do is I'm going to open up the third bracket again. There we go. We have another third bracket. Now, as we are using these buttons, so what we want to do is I want to start using my if command. If the button is valid, there we go. If it is valid, open up the third bracket again, close it off, and inside you want to put in the alert button. So alert, open up the parentheses, double quotation, put in form. Form submitted. Okay. Form submitted successfully. That's what you need to put over here. Now, after the parentheses has been ended, you want to close it off with this. Now, as we have put in the if function, we also have to start off with the else function. So instead of this ending this over here, what I want to do is I'm going to put my code over here. Else, open up the expression, and here I want to put in another alert. Okay, open up the parentheses, and here put in double quotation. I'm going to put in, let's say, please input required data and try again, because this is going to be shown if it doesn't meet up the criteria to fill up the form. Okay, so after that, I'm going to put in a dot. Okay, and I'm going to close off this. So you'll see that we're going to have 1, 2, and 3. And after that, you want to put on this colon over here. And you also want to close it off from here. That's all. Now, after these have been done, you want to close off the script tag. /script. Okay, so that's all you need to do. But now only we have created the structure, but not the functions. So let's just save up this file first and check it out. Save, go off to the browser, refresh it, and there we go. We have the user data. So this is how it will look like. Okay, so if I submit the data, it's going to refresh, or let's say represent the data in this form data. Now I'm going to go off to my atom again, and the sign which I'm going to put over here is this one. Now, if I just save up the file, go off to my browser, refresh it, you can see now this is empty because now it is not finding any data. But if I submit it, you can see that it is showing me form submitted successfully. Now, what I want to do is I want to customize each and every one of these forms because all of my stuff or all of my controller has been put in successfully. Now, the next thing that I want to start off with is the name. So after the label, I'm going to put in input. Okay, so input type. Input type is going to be equal, double quotation, text. Text, and I'm going to put in ID value. ID is equal, double quotation, name. Okay, so that is the name. And after that, I'm going to put in any specific name as, let's say, name. Okay, so I'm going to put in equal, and I'm going to put in double quotation and start off or put in the name again. Now you want to put in the ng model. So when I put in the ng model, it's going to derive the data from our variables. So ng model is going to be the user.name, which is going to be derived from the web, which is going to cause it to be two-way data binding. Double quotation, put in user.name. Okay, that is what you want to put. And obviously this is required, or this is the criteria. For this case, you have to put in the function required. Okay, required. And after you have put in required, just put in a space, / and close off the tag. That is how you want to put in the input data. Now you want to span in the values. So I'm going to put in span class is going to be equal to error if it doesn't meet up the criteria. So I'm going to put in error. Error ng show, it's going to be equal to, let's say, user form. There we go. We have the user form. Now, not only that, we also have to put in more. User form dot name and then put in dot dirty. I'm also going to be explaining after this practical class ends, so you don't have to worry about it. Now, after you put in dirty, whenever you are using these directives or these commands, you have to put in 2 ampersand. There we go. 2 ampersand, and you're going to put in user. User form dot name. Dot name dot dollar invalid. Okay, so there we go. We have closed it off and we're done with this part. And now what I want to say, if it is an error, I wanted to say that name is needed. Okay, so if we just save up this file, and if I go off to my site, refresh it, you can see there we have this data. So I can put in more data and you can see directly it is giving me the form, or let's say it is giving me the data inside the form. So that is basically how simple it is. But when it does not have a data, it's going to be saying that name is needed. So I'm going to be creating each and every one of these areas just the same way. So I'm going to go off over here and I'm going to type in more commands for each and every one of them. So I'm going to just copy that for making it more easier. Control C. I'm going to paste it over here and I'm going to do the same thing for password. So I'm going to start off with this email over here. So in this text, which we have over here, we have this as text. And we can also see that this one is for email. So instead of the text, what I want to put in is going to be the name. Okay? Or let's say the email directly. Email. Change this name into email, and also the name, which we already have over here as email. Okay, and we have the ng module where we're going to be using user.email. Okay, so after that, obviously put in the required slash and close off the tag. Now we're going to have the class error ng show, and obviously instead of name, put in email. And obviously put in dirty, 2 ampersand, user form dot email again, and then put in invalid. Now, what I want to put over here is that I'm going to put in a text. I'm going to say verified account or verified email is needed. Okay, so there we go. Email is needed. And I'm going to do the same thing for my password. So that is also going to be very similar. So instead of text, I'm just going to change it to password. There we go. Instead of name, I'm going to put in password. Instead of name over here, password. Obviously, instead of user.name, I'm going to put in user password. Okay. So each and every one of them are going to be password. Now, I'm not going to be adding extra, but you can also add in an external or let's say optional stuff, which I'm going to be showing it to you in a bit. Okay, so we have this error, ng, and obviously in name, I'm going to put in password over here. Okay, so we have the password for each and every one of them. Now I'm going to do the same thing over here. Password. Okay, so there we go. We have that as invalid. Now, one thing that we have to do is we have to close off the span tag, because if we don't close off the span tag, it's not going to work properly. So I'm going to open that up and I'm going to put in span. Okay, close off the span tag on each and every one. Do the same thing over here, /span. Okay, so we have the span, and obviously we need a password. So for the password, I'm going to need a specific criteria for that. So here, I'm going to say password must be at least 8 characters long. That's it. Now I want to save up the file. Now if I save up the file, go off to my browser, refresh it, there we go. Now I can put in my data. Let's say I'm going to put in Sarah. Email is going to be this, and the password is going to be just any specific value. But if I put in something like this and hit on submit, you can see the form has been submitted successfully. So one thing that you can see from over here is that it doesn't need actually 8 characters long. But to make sure that it meets up the criteria, you have to use another function, or let's say another directive, which is called ng minimum length. So for that, go off to your IDE again and go off to the span in password. So after this invalid over here as user.password, which you can see as required, which is over here. Now before this required, I'm going to put in this value. Okay, just follow this up. I'm going to put in ng min length. Min length is going to be equal, and here I'm going to put in 8. So now if I save up the file, go up to my site, refresh it. Now if I just put in any specific value, and if I just put in this, you can see that the submit button does not open up. So it has to meet up its criteria. Okay, so it has to meet up its criteria, and then if I submit it, it's going to submit it successfully. So basically that is how you'll be able to create the structure. Okay, so we're almost done on these parts of how you'll be able to create a form. Now another external thing that you can do is create the meta name. Now even if you don't want to do it, it's also totally fine, but you can initialize it like the width, the device, and also the initial scale if you want to. That's like totally up to you. Now another thing that I'm going to do is that I want an error button, which is going to show me an error if it doesn't meet up the criteria. So what I'm going to do is right after the snippet of this one, you can see over here as we have the script. Okay, so what I want to do is that I'm going to close off the script over here because we don't need 2 of these scripts working. Save up the file, go off to the site, refresh it, and there we go. You have to put in your own data. Now, after the script, which is starting from here, what I want to do is I'm going to create a style tag. So I'm going to put in style. Okay, close off this, and inside the style, I'm going to put in dot error 404. Okay, so instead of that, you can also put it just like this, and now you have to express it. So I'm going to put in a color, and now the color, as we are using CSS, I can just name it red. Okay, close this off, and obviously you want to close off the tag, and after the tag has been closed, you want to put in our close off the style tag /style. Okay, now if I just save up the file, go off to my site, refresh it. Now if I put in this, if I put in this, and even if I put in a couple of values, it's not going to work. So like this, I have to put in specific variables, and even if I submit it, it's not going to work. Okay, so it will show me an error if it doesn't meet up the criteria. So let's just go up to my command lines again, and then you have to define a bit more. So the change that I want to show you over here is that you can also like just cut this, and you can put in the span over here so that it is a bit more easier. It's going to contain all of this data, and it's also going to show you the error. Okay, now if I just save up the file, go off to my site, refresh it, and you can see it's not showing me anything. So if I put in this, you can see this is how it looks like. You can see now it is in red. Okay, you also have to put in any specific variables, and you just have to put in its criteria, and then it will be removed. So now you can see the CSS or the style file or the style command is also working. Now, one thing that you can also try doing is go off to your atom again. And what you want to do is you can close these off. Let's just keep it just like this. I'm just going to keep it all the way just like this. And just try to check out your expressions. If the expressions are not working properly, it's not going to work that well. So just make sure to check it out properly. And another thing that you want to do is just close off the browser again, save this file up, and try opening this from the Explorer again. So if I open this up, you will see that this is how it will look like. Okay, so if I put in Sarah, there we go. You can see 8 characters long. So if I just put in a couple of these variables, submit, you can see form has been submitted successfully and is also given out the data just how I want it to be. Okay. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of this lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of, let's say, AngularJS. But another thing that I want to just, give you out a better idea about is the $dirty. So basically, it is kind of like also a controller like scope, okay? It is a control and considered dirty if the user has changed the value. So this is mostly used when there is two-way data binding, and it becomes true once the user interacts with the control, such as a touched, okay? A control is touched if the user has focused on the control and then moved away, or even put any specific data inside of the interactive web application or the web page. So thank you for watching this video, and let's move on to our next class of AngularJS. Welcome to a new class of AngularJS. Well, in this class, I'm going to be covering everything that you need to know about AngularJS dependency. Well, when we talk about dependency, well, we can go back to our first or our second class where we have used a couple of simple commands to represent our data inside of our web. So in this class, I'm going to be using dependency with specific APIs. And also I'm going to be using that specific API to cover up, or let's say, fill up the data area of where we want that to be. Now, it might seem like it's very simple or it's going to be something similar to my previous classes, but it's not going to be the same, okay? Because we're going to be filling in data areas where we need it to filled by with specific APIs. Before getting into more of our practical classes, let's just learn more about the brief of dependency in AngularJS. The external service are modules that your application need in order to operate properly are referred to as dependencies in AngularJS. A robust built-in dependency injection or DI system in AngularJS controls the instantization and sharing of components, services, and other objects inside an application. Purposes of AngularJS dependencies are given below. Separation of concerns. AngularJS encourages modular development in which each component of the application is concentrated on a single task. By introducing dependencies, services or modules into various application sections. Reusability. Reusing dependencies such as services across several controllers or components simplifies and reduces redundancy in the application code. Manageability. Without having to create instances by hand, dependency injection DI enables you to administer and inject services like $HTTP, scope, or custom services wherever it is necessary. Testability. Increasing the application's testability is one of the main goals of AngularJS dependencies. During testing, you can isolate various components for unit testing by injecting mock dependencies. How AngularJS dependency injection works. Other modules or services can be listed as dependencies when defining a module in AngularJS. When necessary, AngularJS injects these dependencies into controllers, directives, and services after automatically resolving them at runtime. Now, I have also applied a specific command line which you are going to apply inside of your command lines. So make sure to follow up and not skip any part in this class. Advantages of using AngularJS dependencies. Architecture in modules. Dependencies make it easier to manage, comprehend, and test an application by dividing it into smaller, more focused parts or services. Reusability of code. It is possible to reuse services and modules in many application components or applications. This improves maintainability and lessens code application. Unreliable coupling. Due to the ability to dynamically inject services or objects, components are less reliant on one another, enabling distinct code segments to develop independently. Testability. During unit testing, dependency injection facilitates the substitution of mock objects for actual dependencies. This makes it easier to test and isolate each application components without worrying about how other components would affect it. Reliability. Because dependencies can be centrally controlled and injected as necessary, minimizing tight coupling between components, the application is simpler to maintain and also update. Now let's check out the disadvantages of AngularJS dependencies. Complicated setup. It might be difficult to set up dependency injection and manage a lot of dependencies, particularly in large applications with several services and modules. Learning curve steeper. Dependency injection and its setup may be a little confusing to those who are unfamiliar with AngularJS. It necessitates knowing how factories, providers, and services operate. Unnoticed dependencies. The flow of dependencies in large application may be obscured by AngularJS's automatic dependency resolution, making it more difficult to identify which services or modules are injected where. Above. Performance problems might result from improper dependency management or excessive service usage, particularly if services are being loaded needlessly and are not being effectively controlled. So I'm going to be making sure that this class is going to be very simple and how you'll be able to use the most simple way of using dependencies in AngularJS. In summary, modularity, code reuse, and testability are encouraged by AngularJS dependencies, which are controlled using dependency injection, although the system is strong and adaptable. As the application grows, it may become more complicated. It facilitates easier maintenance and lessens tight coupling between components, but it can also cause configuration and debugging issues, especially in large projects. So I would suggest you, if you're quite new or let's say intermediate to the skills of AngularJS, try to keep it very simple and small as possible. So let's get into more of our practical part of knowing and also writing dependencies and how to make it functional inside of your web. So let's open up Atom, or let's say any IDE which you have on your device. As you can see from my screen, I have opened up Atom right now. So first thing that we need to do over here is I'm going to create a new file. So the name of the new file that I'm going to be using is going to be dep.html. Hit on enter, and there we go. Now I'm going to type in HTML. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this doc type over here. So after I'm done, I'm going to be defining my ng app. Ng equal to my application. Okay, so that is the exact name that I want to be using. Now I'm going to define the title. So I'm going to put in AngularJS dependency. Okay, so there we go. We have the AngularJS dependency. Now let's just open up one of these files, and I'm going to copy this snippet. Control C, there we go. I'm just going to go off the DEP over here, and I'm going to create that snippet. So after I have created the snippet, close off the head tag. Now let's go off into the body. So I'm going to define my controller. Okay, so the controller is going to be called main controller. Okay, main controller. Okay, so that is what you want to put in. Now the next thing that I want to do is I need a header. So I'm going to put in H2 or H1, whichever one you prefer. So I'm going to name it AngularJS dependency example. Okay, that's what you want to put over here, and close off the tag. That's all. Now the next thing that you want to do over here is open up the div tag. So in this div tag, we're going to be defining each and every one of these classes. So in the div tag, I'm going to put in, let's say, H2. In the H2, I'm going to say this is going to be a random user data. Okay, close off the tag. That's all. Now, the next thing that you want to do is I'm going to put in a paragraph tag. Inside the paragraph tag, I want to make sure that my first data that I want it to be visible all the time, even without the API, is in kind of bold. So for bold in AngularJS, you just have to use strong. Okay, so inside the strong, I'm going to put in name. Okay, name, close off strong. That's it. Now inside the strong, or let's say after the strong, you want to put in an expression. So open up this expression over here. I'm going to say user data dot name dot first. Okay, put in a space and put in another expression. I'm going to put in user data dot name dot last. That is going to be the first name and the last name. Okay, so we have the first name and the last name expression applied. Now I'm going to close off my paragraph tag. There we go. And the next one, I'm going to create another paragraph tag. I'm going to do the same thing over here. I'm going to put in strong, close off the tag, and this data I want is email. So email, close off the strong tag. There we go. And obviously put in your expression. User data dot email. That's all you need to put. Okay, and close off the paragraph tag. Now open the paragraph tag again. P, open this up, strong, and then here the last thing that I want is going to be region. Okay, or region or the location, whichever one you prefer. I can also put in location over here. So instead of that, even if it's like something that you want it to be visible on your web, you can just put in whatever you prefer. Okay, so there we go. We have the specific region, strong. There we go. Open up the expression. I'm going to say user data dot location dot city. That's what you want to put, and put in a bit of space. Now put in a comma, and after that, open up the expression again. Inside, I'm going to put in user data dot location dot country. Okay, that's all you need to put. Now I'm going to close off my paragraph tag over here too. Now after that, you want to close off the div tag right over here. That's all you need to do over here. Now the next thing that I want to do is I'm going to create, let's say, a service, or let's say a service value. For that, I'm going to create another div tag over here. Div, I'm going to put in h2 over here, and I'm going to call it, or let's say, this is the text from custom service. Okay. Now I'm going to close off this one too, or close off the h2 tag right over here. Okay. Now I'm going to create a paragraph tag for defining my expression as the message. So here I'm going to put in custom message. Okay. I'm going to close off my paragraph tag over here. That's all. And then you want to close off the div tag. Now, after you have created both of these div tags, the next thing that you want to do is you want to create a variable. So here, just type in var app is going to be equal. Define your Angular dot module. There we go. Angular module. Open up the parentheses, single quotation, my application. Okay. Now after the my app, obviously you want to create your own function. So secondary bracket right over here and close it off. Now for that one, I'm going to create an app service, app.service. You can also create a bit of space over here so it just looks a bit better. So I'm going to put in the app.service, open up the parentheses, single quotation, type in custom service. Okay, custom service. After that, put in a comma, type in function. Okay, open up the parentheses again, and obviously you want to, let's say, open up the third bracket. So after that, open up the third bracket over here. Now, after you open up the third bracket, you have to put in the get message value. So I'm going to put in this, okay, this get message. So this get message is going to be equal to the value of the function, which we are going to be calling anytime we need. After that, put in a space, open up the expression again, and you want a return value as each and every one of those, like data or user data or just value of data. Return, here I want to say hello. That's all you need to put. I'm just going to put in this exclamation mark just in case. After that, you want to also close it off. That's all you need to do. Now I'm going to close off each and every one of them. There we go. So we are done on this part. Now you are going to be creating your own app controller again, or you're going to be calling that back up again. Okay. So for that, I'm going to create a bit more space again. And here you want to start off the app.controller. Okay. So app.controller, open up the parentheses, single quotation, and type in the main controller. Okay. So as we have the main controller, define your function back again. So type in function. After function, open up the parentheses, and inside of the parentheses, you are going to define the scope. After the scope, put in comma. And as we're going to be using API, one of the most important thing that you have to put over here is $HTTP. Okay. And then put in a comma, and then we need custom service. Okay, so as we have custom service right after this first parentheses closed, now you have to define your third bracket. Okay, so after defining your third bracket, put in a bit of space just like this. Now you're going to be defining your HTTP get first. So $HTTP. After that, open up, let's say, your parentheses, or after HTTP, first type in .get. Here, I'm just going to close it off with the get. Open up the parentheses and put in single quotation right now. Now you don't have to put anything right now because I'm going to be getting the API later on. After that, hit on enter and then put in our start in your then function. Obviously, make sure that this is inside a bit. Then dot, then over here, open up the parentheses and type in function. So after typing in function, open up the parentheses and you want a specific response. Now after that, open up the expression again and you have to define your scope. So dollar scope, okay? Dollar scope dot user data and then equal to the response you're going to be getting. So type in response dot data, and after that dot result. After result, open up the second brackets and put in 0. Now I'm going to close it off, okay? So we are done on this part. Now I'm going to make sure that this part closes off over here with a single third bracket close, okay? So this response tag, which we see over here, should be this one. Okay? So make sure that this one ends over there. And even if you don't find this over there, just make sure to create the space and close it off. That's basically all you need to do. Another thing that you want to check over here most of the time is that if this one has closed. So if this one has closed, make sure to just, select it up and it will find out the one where it is selected. Okay? So make sure to check that one properly. After that, what you want to do is that you want to close off more, okay? So we are going to be needing 2 of these over here. After that, what you want to do is that you just have to type in the function, comma, and then type in your function. After typing in your function, open up the parentheses again and type in error value. After the error value, open up the let's say the expression or the third bracket again. And in this third bracket, what you want to do is that you have to define the console. Console dot log. And after that, open up the parentheses again, double quotation, error, fetching data. Okay. After that, put in this and put in a comma and then define your error. That's all. Now you have to end this off at the same time too. Now, if there's like a lot of these, you can just cut a couple of parts of these because we're not going to be needing all of these over here. Okay? So we're going to be ending this part here. Now, after that, what you want to do is you want to define the scope. So I'm going to type in dollar scope dot custom message. Okay, custom message is going to be equal custom service dot get message. Open up the parentheses and close it off. After that, what you want to do is you want to close this one off too, and obviously you just have to close off the snippet /script. There we go. We have the /script over here because we have started off the script over there. Now, if you still can't find the script, what you basically have to do, you have to check it before the var. So here I'm going to just type in the script. That's all. And there we go. We have the script ready. Now, if you basically just save up the file, save this file, go off to the browser, or let's say I'm just going to go off over here first. I'm going to refresh it. There we go. Now we'll find out the DEP or the dependency. Now you can see we have all of these datas over here. And we can also see the custom message. But one thing you can check over here is that obviously we don't have the data applied. Now for that, what you want to do is open up a new tab. And what you basically have to do is you have to search for, let's say, random user API. Hit on enter, go off the random user generator, and copy this. Control C, and then go off to your IDE. And after you go off to your IDE, you have to put in that specific value, okay? So in this HTTP GET, just paste it. And another thing what you want to type in is API. And put in another slash. That's all. Now save up the file and go off to the browser. So whenever we open the site, we just have to go off to this browser or this site again, refresh it, and there we go. We have the data. Now, even if we go off to our IDE, and let's just, in this case, let me just remove this for now. Control X. And if I just go off to the site, first off, save this up, go off to the site, refresh it. Now you can see there is no data. Okay, we only have hello. But if we paste it back there again, I'm just going to press Control Z, save up the file, go off to the site, refresh it. Now we have this data. Now we can also refresh it multiple times. It's just going to change over and over again. Okay. There we go. So this is how it is going to work. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end and hope you understood about everything in this class. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of these classes, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next class of AngularJS. Welcome to class project 1. The name of the class project is interpolation in AngularJS. Now I have attached in a description and also an outcome, and I also have the step-by-step method of what you will do in this class project. So let's get into our description. In AngularJS, interpolation refers to the embedding of expressions within the view using double curly braces. These expressions are dynamically evaluated and bound to the scope of the AngularJS application, allowing the view to update when the model changes. So let's get into our steps. First off, create an HTML file where you will be defining the AngularJS app and use interpolation. Step 2. Add a controller to manage the data and wanted display. You will use the ngController directive to associate your view with the controller. Step 3. Ensure the AngularJS library is linked correctly in your HTML file. Step 4. Add interpolation in the HTML using the curly braces or the third bracket to display data dynamically. In step 5, open the HTML file in your browser to see the result. Now, what is the outcome? Knowing how to use interpolation in AngularJS is essential for dynamically binding data between your application's logic, such as your controller or your module, and the view, which is HTML. This data binding creates a more interactive, responsive, and efficient user interface. So let's get into our class project by starting off with the first step. And the last thing that you want to do after watching this whole video is try to apply it on your own, and obviously make sure to upload that HTML file into our resource panel so that we can check on how you are progressing with work, and you can also give us a screenshot of it. So let's open up Atom. As you can see on my screen, I have opened up Atom. Now, as I have opened up Atom, the first thing that I want to do over here is going to be the interpolation. Now, interpolation is going to be very simple when you are trying to, let's say, get more into the most easiest and the basic parts of AngularJS. Okay, so first thing that you want to do is that I have this test folder over here. Now, here I'm going to name a file saying classproj1.html. That is going to be the first file. Now here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the HTML tag. Now, after I have this HTML tag opened up, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to close this off. Okay, and after this HTML, I just want to define my ng app. So here, you're going to define your ng app, and you're going to put in an equal, double quotation, and define your own app. So in this case, I'm going to be using the name my app. Now in the head or after the meta, you can also remove the meta if you want to. So inside of the title, I'm going to name it AngularJS interpolation. Okay, that is all. And after the title, you obviously want to put in the snippet. So I'm going to put in the script. Now after the script, put in src is going to be equal. Now I'm just going to go off to any of these ones which I already have, and I'm just going to use this specific source. Now I can also copy this whole thing, Control C, and I'm just going to go off to my class project 1, and instead of this, I'm just going to paste this out. Okay, so there we go. We have the snippets, and if you want to keep this another script or another snippet, you can keep it, but if you don't want to, you can also remove it anytime you want. Now after we are done, now we're going to be defining the body. Now when you're defining the body, you have to use the div tag. So div, now you're going to put in the ng controller. There we go. Ng controller equal to my CTRL. That's all that you're going to put. Close off the tag. Now here inside of this, put in the paragraph tag to define whatever data you want. So I'm going to put in hello, comma, and now you're going to define the expression inside of it. So I'm just going to put in 2 spaces or 3 spaces just in case. Put another space, and I'm going to use another value right over here. Now, instead of that, or let's say I'm just going to put in ID, and here, LID. Okay, so first ID and last ID. That's what I want it to be put. Okay, so as I have this value, I'm going to just put in an exclamation mark. And obviously, I'm going to close off the paragraph tag. Now, to the same thing, I'm going to create another paragraph tag, close this off, and I'm going to say, this is the year. And obviously, I'm just going to put in this parentheses, or let's say this expression again. And obviously, I'm just going to put in this year. Okay, so this year is going to be that value. Put in a full stop, close off the paragraph tag, and obviously do another one, the paragraph tag. And here I'm going to do a mathematical value. So math is going to be like this, and I'm going to add 4 plus 8. That's what I'm going to do. Now 4 plus 8 space equal to curly braces again, and here you want to define that again, 4 plus 8. Okay, so that is what you're gonna put. Open up the tag and then close off the tag just like this. It's just basically very simple. Now after that, obviously you want to close off the div tag / div. That's what you want to put. Now obviously you have to create another snippet inside to define your variable of the application or your Angular module. So open up the snippet again, script, close it off, and now define the variable. So var app is going to be equal to angular.module. There we go. Open up the parentheses and define your application, which is my app. Okay, and after that, put in a comma, put in the secondary brackets. That's all you're gonna do. And after that, we're going to close it off. And after that, you're gonna put in the app.controller. Okay, app.controller, open up the parentheses, single quotation, and then put in my CTRL. That is what I am using right now. Put in a comma, and then I'm going to put in the function. Okay, open up the parentheses again, and then define your scope. Okay, so you've defined your scope. Now I'm going to put in a space, third bracket, and create another variable. Now this time I'm going to define each and every one of these variables that I have been using right over here. So I'm just going to go over here, $scope, $scope.id. Okay, so $scope.id is equal to, let's say, Sarah. I'm going to close this off. $scope.lid is going to be equal, double quotation, and here I'm going to say answer. Okay, I'm going to close this off too. $scope dot, and then I'm going to put in this year. Okay, so this year is going to be equal to new date, open up the parentheses, and then put in a dot. New date dot this. And then you're going to put in get full year. Now, if you want to use a specific function, then you have to change this into current year. So that is also doable. So if I put in current year, just like this, and if I change this value over here too, I'm just going to cut this off. It will just, AngularJS will basically analyze it more easier way. Okay, so I'm going to put in current year, and then we have this new date, and then we have this get full year. Okay, open up the parentheses and close it off. That's all you need to do basically. Now go up to the last line, which you can see over here, and you also want to close that off, and obviously close off the snippet /script. That's all. Okay, so when you close this off, you can basically see that it is now, identifying whatever functions we are going to be using. So basically that's all. Now, if you just basically save up this file, and if you go off to the Explorer, now let's just go off the Explorer. There we go. And if I just open this up, there we go. You can see this is the year 2024. Hello, Sarah Hancher, and 4 plus 8 is 12. Now, to check if the functions are working properly, I'm going to change a couple of data right over here. Let's say Tim. And here I'm going to put in 10. And obviously I'm just going to put 10 over here too. Another thing that I want to do is that I'm going to change up. Let's say I will not be able to change my year, but I will be able to change out the data values. So if I just save up the file, and if I directly go off to my browser, refresh it, you can see now we have Tim Hancher. We also have the math, 4 plus 10 is equal to 14. So what you want to do on the last step is just save up this file, which you have over here, and then just, upload it onto our project panel so that we can check on how you are progressing with work. And even after it, if you still have any confusion or any question or facing any problems, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. So let's move on to class project 2 of AngularJS. Welcome to class project 2. Well, in this class project, or the name of the class project 2, is style binding in AngularJS. Just like my previous class project or class project 1, I have added in a description, also an outcome, and step-by-step method of what you should follow up to learn style binding in AngularJS. So let's get into our description. In AngularJS, style binding allows you to dynamically set or update inline styles on HTML elements based on data in the scope. This is useful when you want to change the appearance of elements conditionally based on application state or user interaction without manually manipulating the DOM. So let's get into the steps. Create an HTML file for your AngularJS application where you will implement dynamic style binding. Step 2. Define an AngularJS controller to manage your dynamic styles using ng controller. Step 3. add ng style directive to an element like paragraph tag, where you want to apply dynamic styles. Step 4. Create a button that triggers the function to change the style when clicked. In step 5, open the HTML file in the browser to see the result. Initially, the text will be styled with the default style, color blue, font size 20px, background color light gray. When you click the Change Style button, the styles will dynamically change to color red, font size 30 pixels, and background color yellow. Now, if you want to use any different ones, you can also do that. Now let's get into the outcome. Using style binding in AngularJS is to dynamically apply and control CSS styles on HTML elements based on the application's data model or user interaction. Instead of manually manipulating the DOM to change styles, style binding allows you to declaratively bind styles to specific conditions, improving code efficiency, responsiveness, and maintainability. So, now that we know about the outcome and the descriptions, let's get into the steps and start off using our first step of how we'll be able to use style binding in AngularJS. So you can see that I have opened up Atom. Now, the first thing that I want to do is I'm going to create a file over here. So I'm going to name it CLASSPRJ2.html. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. So let's start off with the HTML. HTML. That's what you're going to put. Now, after that, let's just remove one of these from here. And I'm going to define my ng app again. Okay, ng app is equal double quotation my app. Okay, so that's what you want to put. Now you can remove the meta if you want to, but inside I'm just going to put in my style. So I'm going to put in style binding. Okay, so after style binding, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create or copy the snippet. So I'm just going to copy the snippet and I'm going to paste it right over here. Okay, so after I have the snippet, I'm just going to close this off and I'm going to start on defining my body tag. So inside the body, I'm just going to put in my div tag. Div ng controller. Okay, ng controller is going to be called my CTRL. That's all. Now, after that, open up the paragraph tag and you're going to define your ng style. Okay, so ng style is going to be equal double quotation and obviously put in my style. Okay, that is going to be the name. There we go. We have my style. Close off the tag right over here and then define your text. I'm going to say this is the text. That's all. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to close off this paragraph tag /p. Okay, so as we are done with this paragraph tag, now I'm going to create an interactive button. So I'm going to put in the button tag. And after the button tag, you're going to define your ng click. Okay, ng click is going to be equal double quotation. I'm going to say change style. Okay, after change style, open up the parentheses and keep it blank because you are going to be defining that inside of my variable. So after that, close off the tag and define your button. So here, I'm going to say toggle style. Okay, so after toggle style, I'm going to close off my button tag. There we go. So we are almost done with this div tag. So I'm going to put in /div, close off the tag. Okay, so after that, you are going to be defining your script because we are not yet done defining our body. So here, click or let's say I'm going to create another snippet. So create script, and over here, you're going to say var app is going to be equal to Angular module, Angular dot module, then open up the parentheses and define my app. And after that, put in a comma, and after that, secondary brackets, and obviously close that off. There you go. Now, after that, you're going to be defining your app.controller. App.controller, open up parentheses, single quotation, and put in my CTRL, and after that, define your function. So we have defined my function, but obviously we're going to need a scope. So type in scope, and obviously after that, between it, just open up the expression and create your own scopes. So inside my scope, first off, I'm going to create the variable. For that, type in $scope. $scope is .my style. We're going to be intertwining both of them right now. Now expression open up, and then now you're going to be putting your CSS codes. So let's start off with the color. So I'm going to start off with the color of the text. So color is going to be equal to, let's say I'm just going to say blue, just in this case. So we have the blue text. Now open up single quotation again, and I'm going to change my font size. Put in a dash. There we go. And after that, open up the single quotation again and type in your value. So I'm going to put in 21 px. Okay? Put in a comma. And the next one that I'm going to put, single quotation again, I'm going to put in background. There we go, background. And then put in color. Background color, which we're going to be using, is going to be called, let's say I'm just going to use gray or light gray, whichever one you prefer. Okay, so basically we are done with all of the styling. Now, after the first one, you can see over here, I'm just going to close this off. Now we are still not done, because now we are going to be defining my change style. So for that, I'm going to create a bit more space again. $scope. After $scope, I'm going to put in dot. I'm going to put in change style. Change style is going to be equal to function. Open up the parentheses, and right after the parentheses, open up your expression. Now, after the expression, you are going to be defining your scope again. So I'm going to put in scope dot my style. Okay, so my style is going to be like this. Equal, there you go. You're going to put in an equal, and then you're going to define your own expression again. Inside of that expression, define the color. So I'm just going to copy all of these just in this case. Control C, paste it. But obviously we don't want the same thing. So instead of blue, let me say I want red. Instead of 21px, I want 31px. Instead of gray, maybe I want green or yellow, whichever one you prefer. Okay, so make sure to keep that thing in mind. So here I'm just going to put in green. Okay, and after all of these are done, make sure to close each and every one of them off. There we go. And obviously, close off the snippet. That's one of the most important thing. Script. Now, after you're going to put in your script, all of these are going to be validated. So now what you want to do is save up the file. Now you're just going to go off to Explorer. Just go off the test over here. And I'm going to open up class project 2. There we go. We have the text in blue and also in gray. Now, if I click on this toggle style, it will change the color into red and green. Now, if I want to check out if the functions are working properly, what I can do over here is that as we have this blue, I want something, let's say not cyan, but yellow. As we have red over here, obviously I don't want it to be like that. Instead, I want light gray. Now, if I just save up the file, go off to my browser, refresh it, this is how it's going to look like, and this is how it's going to look like. Okay, So the last step that you want to do is save up this file and just upload this file into our project panel so that we can check on how you are progressing with work. So thank you for watching these videos and this course up till the very end, and hope you understood about everything in this course. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of these lessons or even class projects, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to guide you through the whole process and help you in any problems. So stay well and hope to see you guys in my next course.